by Startup Uganda, an association of entrepreneur support organizations. It would probably be very difficult, almost impossible, to get all of you into this room if we didn't have support. So allow me to mention our sponsors. We have platinum sponsors, United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF. We also have NSSF High Innovator. Our gold partners, we have Youth Startup Academy, we have CAS Center, JICA, the Response Innovation Lab, Village Capital, the Innovation Village, BOP Inc., and the French Embassy. Please, a round of applause for all of our partners and sponsors. I would like, for those of you who are active on social media and you might be tweeting or having a conversation about what's happening in this room, so I'll give you the hashtags that you can use while you make your interactions on social media. So our first hashtag is UWI 2022. UWI for Uganda, sorry, I beg your pardon. UWI 2022, and then you have NSSF High Innovator, and the third hashtag is Level Up. If you're trying to access your social media platforms and you don't have internet access, we have an internet opportunity for you. We're going to use Mistil Guest if you get to your computer or if you're using your phone. Mistil Guest, and the password is NSSF 21. The password is NSSF 21. For the people who are not in the room but are joining us from anywhere else, and if you have friends who would like to participate in the conversations that we're going to have, please send them the link. It's uiwug.com, uiwug.com. And when you are coming in, I'm sure you saw a couple of stalls outside. Those stalls are going to speak to all of your business needs. Do you want to register your business? We have an exhibitor. Do you want to know about transport ease for your business products? We have an exhibitor. Are you a young startup and you need coaching, mentoring, or you're looking to access partners or investors? There's an exhibition stall out there for you. So please don't just walk past them. Visit them, and you might find what you've been looking for. So a bit about what's going to happen today. NSSF High Innovation is running the sessions for today. They are platinum partner, so they will be the ones in the kitchen. A bit about High Innovator. NSSF High Innovator. It's set out to support early stage small and growing businesses within the Uganda ecosystem over a 5-year period. The program looks to impact 132,000 youth attached to 20 hubs across the country, with a direct intention of touching the lives of 92,400 women employers and employees in the 5 regions of Uganda. To achieve this target, the NSSF High Innovator team will make a big announcement later today, so look out for that announcement. And that announcement will set women entrepreneurship in Uganda on the best pace. The NSSF High Innovator is an initiative of the National Social Security Fund in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, and it's implemented by Outbox. So NSSF High Innovator works with other entrepreneurship support organizations, including Shona Group, Stanbic Business Incubator, UCU Innovation Hub, Makere Incubation and Innovation Center, MOOBS Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, Impact, Women in Technology, Mkazipreneur, and Curad. Today's focus, and looking around the room, can all the men put up their hands? Okay, so there are about, 10 or 15 men in the room, and the rest of you are women. That speaks a lot to what we are going to be speaking through today. Our focus is women entrepreneurship, filling the gaps. The NSSF High Innovator and MasterCard Foundation have a shared vision of creating and sustaining 132,000 dignified and fulfilling work opportunities for young people, and 70% of these are for young women in the next 3 years. In the 2021 MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs, Uganda was ranked as the 2nd country globally with the most women business owners, 38.4%. Now, this percentage of the total business owners in the country, it's a clear indication that it's crucial to focus on supporting women-owned enterprises, as they not only contribute to Uganda's economic growth and vitality, but they also demonstrate a promising source of wealth creation and women advancement. I've spoken a lot, so let's officially start our program today. We're going to start with a keynote, and this keynote is from the country director of the MasterCard Foundation, Mr. Adrian Mulindwa Bukenya. And as he comes up to the stage, I'll tell you a bit about him. Adrian has over 20 years of global professional experience in the energy and infrastructure financial services sector, 15 of which have been spent in operations across Africa in senior leadership roles. He brings a wide range. Adrian, you will have to walk through that side. That's where I'm going, reading all of this to give you time. Otherwise, the DJ will play you a song, and then you'll have to come up dancing. I'm not sure you want that, so I'll keep reading this. Adrian has over 20 years of global professional experience in the energy and infrastructure and financial services sector. 15 of these have been spent in operations across Africa in senior leadership roles. He brings a wide range of experience from business development, government relations, regulatory affairs, organizational transformation, stakeholder engagement, and people growth and development. He'll be speaking to the topic, Young Africa Works in Uganda, Unlocking Patient Capital for Small Growing Businesses in partnership with NSSF High Innovator. Welcome, Adrian.
Nice, cool. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for that elaborate introduction. I hope you guys are all feeling well. This is day 2, and I hope you're looking forward to some more innovative and creative interaction with the team. I'll tell you a little bit about the foundation and then put a bit of context to why we are very keen on supporting initiatives like this. The MasterCard Foundation was established in 2006 through the generosity of MasterCard Inc. And I need to make the distinction between the two. So MasterCard Inc. is the financial services company that you see in the credit cards, right? And they do all kinds of financial interventions. MasterCard Foundation was a gift to society when MasterCard Inc. went onto the stock exchange in 2006. And in doing so, they created an independent entity that is a foundation focused on a philanthropic principle. And they're two separate entities. So when we speak about the MasterCard Foundation here, we're speaking on the foundation and the philanthropic side. Now, we're independent. We have our own board of governors and our own executive and our own strategy. And that strategy is kind of why you're all in the room here today. We have a broad mandate based on 2 basic principles. There are 2 charitable purposes. One is to expand access to education. And the second one is to deepen financial inclusion and expand access to financial services. You can start seeing how this initiative is falling under our charitable purposes. In 2018, so we've been established since 2016, and we were doing interventions through education and financial inclusion, but we found that there was an issue. In 2018, we decided to try and unify the work that we're doing and try and deal with the biggest challenge that we saw and the opportunity facing young people in the continent. Youth employment. So we would do a lot of interventions where we would create opportunities for young people to get good educations, good leadership skills. We might empower them with some financial inclusion aspects, but what would they do if they can't enter an economy that will absorb them? And that problem is what we're trying to tackle through our Young Africa Works strategy. That strategy is relatively ambitious. We envisage that by 2030, we will be able to have enabled the creation of 30 million employment opportunities, either through entrepreneurship or people actually getting employed for young people by 2030. That gives us about 8 years or so, if not 7 now, to get us there. And you have to appreciate that we did all that through the couple of years where we lost through the pandemic. There's another added aspect to our strategy for that 30 million, we are keen on enabling 70% of those 30 million being young women. So you can see why this initiative is very close to our hearts, and that's why we're very keen on moving it forward. 30 million for Africa. However, in 2019, that Young Africa Work Strategy was launched in Uganda, and Uganda's contribution is 4.3 million young people in meaningful and dignified and fulfilling work by 2030, remembering that we are targeting our initiatives to enable the participation of 70% of young women in doing so. So Uganda has pursued a private sector-led economic policy approach, which puts the private sector at the forefront of the growth and development of the country. So aligned to the broader national goal and our country strategy, medium, small, and micro enterprises, MSMEs, and basically the concept of entrepreneurship is at the center of our strategy. MSMEs are the dominant actor in the private sector, with over 93% of the private sector enterprises being micro and small enterprises employing approximately 8.5 million people in Uganda, and largely those 8.5 million are young women. So at the foundation, we envisage having a strengthened and resilient MSME ecosystem that supports young women and men to set up growth and scale their enterprises sustainably. So together with our partners, our interventions focus on ensuring that they can access inclusive and affordable financial products and services, effectively operate in a domestic and regional and international markets, and have relevant and tailored business development skills in order for them to conduct their businesses in a conducive MSME ecosystem that supports entrepreneurship to thrive. So those are the principles of how we look at the interventions that we do in this space of entrepreneurship. I wanted to assure you that our investment in Uganda is long-term. Yes, our strategy is 10 years, but we're looking at it from a long-term perspective. And it's centered on empowering local institutions and building their capacity so that we can ensure sustainability in these initiatives that we're putting in. So one of the key strategic imperatives in our application of the Young Africa Work Strategy is to ensure that we have enterprise commitment of 75% of our partners being African organizations. So we're trying to make sure that this is something that can sustain way beyond the foundation's interventions and actually embed in our economies going forward. So we continuously invest in building the capacities of our local partners so that they can ensure that they are sustainably and have the necessary skills and resources to scale successfully through all the interventions that they have. And through our partners, we are supporting the implementation of existing policies that are aimed to improving an enabling environment and ensuring the youth voice is heard. One of our key values at the foundation is co-creation, and through co-creation, we have been able to broker multi-stakeholder engagement across sectors, cognizant that our role in building ecosystem and convening players in youth employment landscape is quite critical. This is one of those examples. We're trying to bring together the ecosystem to understand what their needs are and see what interventions can actually deliver the biggest impact. Why did we choose NSSF as a partner? And what do we hope to achieve by doing something to that effect? So we're very particular about the partners that we interact with and we engage with, and we look at the people who are anchored in the ecosystems that we work in and who share our vision around getting young people involved in the money economy and are able to then leverage their infrastructure so that we can drive our programs. Our vision is to play a catalytic role in supporting partners to spur systemic change built on shared vision and values, equity, trust, and respect, transparency, and accountability. Our approach is holistic, emphasizing resilience and coordination amongst local implementing partners and scaling proven models that demonstrate the ability to achieve impact sustainably. Therefore, we're excited to be partners with NSSF and the High Innovator Program. Through this program, we aim to support highly impactful and scalable small and growing businesses to access seed capital and technical support for their businesses, while creating a collaborative, sustainable, and efficient business ecosystem by working with a network of entrepreneur support organizations in Uganda. With the above interventions, and by decentralizing and democratizing investment, more startups can receive funding, both seed and growth capital, and technical assistance to enable them to scale and create work opportunities. Our goal is to create at least 100 scalable companies and 132,000 direct or indirect dignified and fulfilling jobs. Train up about 75,000 entrepreneurs through the High Innovator Business Academy, and seed fund at least 500 startups to go through the deliberate incubation process that gives them the greatest chance at scaling. To date, we have been able to award 105 businesses with seed funding, created and sustained approximately 20,000 jobs, 16,000 young people between, 16,000 of those jobs are young people between 18 and 35. So finally, to address the noticeable gender disparity in Uganda and Uganda's entrepreneurship space, that High Innovator program will deliberately target 70% of the resources allocated to supporting the female-led businesses and invite all female entrepreneurs to embrace this opportunity. As I close, we would like to thank our partners, NSSF, Outbox, entrepreneur support organizations, and the rest of the High Innovator project team for the great work these past few years. We also like to thank the Uganda Innovation Week for giving us this opportunity to share our work with the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a common saying, and I think it's about to qualify as a quote. I'm sure you all know it. Have you heard it? If you've heard of it, finish this sentence for me. Ugandan businesses come up and die before their, it's first or third of whatever, but it's about to become a quote. So I like that the conversation from MasterCard Foundation emphasizes resilience and promoting that resilience beyond just speaking about it. Speaking of support for female-led businesses, the video we're about to play you gives you, I hope, a picture of the NSSF High Innovator and its impact on growing businesses. If we're ready, we can play that clip.
My name is Muchala Martha Wandera. I'm one of the directors of JH Pork. At JH Pork, we supply pork to hotels and restaurants. Some need ribs, others thighs, spare ribs, chops, boneless pork, pork fillet. Among the hotels and restaurants we supply, we have Indiro Coffee, Pure Grow, Kwepasa, among others. I learned about the NSSF Innovator program from a friend at Worship Harvest. We were a team of 9 that were given the opportunity, but I was the only one that was successful. The impact that NSSF High Innovator program has impacted on JH, we have been in position to improve on our financial booking records. In this way, we are able to capture how much we have purchased, how much we have supplied, what are the expenses and the profits out of it. We know exactly how much we are earning every day. Through the NSSF Innovator program, JH has been in position to scale up from 2 workers. We are in position to employ 7 production people and 4 office management people and 2 delivery men. we have been in position to also impact on the lives of the farmers, like Jeremy, one of the farmers that you have seen. We buy animals from them.
I have for long worked with JH as a farmer. I am one of the representatives of the many group of farmers that JH is actually currently working along with. And we have many expectations from JH as a company. For the time we have been interacting with them, we have been able to sustain, first of all, our lives, our livelihoods, because we get money from them, they buy pigs from us. But apart from that, we're also looking at a long-term relationship. So I, together with the rest of the farmers, we are very optimistic and hopeful that apart from the money that we get from them, after their purchasing of the animals from us, because they take them for pork, we know that our pig farms are going to grow bigger and bigger. We shall definitely get more returns. And then we also expect that when they give us the good pig breeds from France, definitely what is coming along with them are the good feeds.
And we are in position to also sign up a contract in Congo, where we are going to supply even outside Uganda. I want to encourage all the women to join the NSSF High Innovator program, because it's going to change your lives positively. You'll never remain the same. Just like JH has scaled up, you will also scale up. I want to thank NSSF, MasterCard, and Outbox for impacting the life of JH and the team that is working for JH. Thank you so much.
The NSSF High Innovator team promised they'd make a big announcement a little later today that will set women entrepreneurship in Uganda on the best pace. So we'll look at that. We'll hold them to that promise as we go along. Just a reminder on using the hashtags UIW 2022, NSSF High Innovator, and Level Up. I'm going to invite Richard Zulu to speak to the NSSF High Innovator, leveraging a network of entrepreneurship support organizations to support entrepreneurs at scale. If you don't know Richard, he is an innovation enthusiast with over 10 years experience in supporting young African entrepreneurs to grow and scale their businesses. Richard, you can walk faster. I'm done reading your profile.
My profile is not that short, surely, with the things I've done. Good morning to you all. Our partners that include NSSF, MasterCard Foundation, our hubs in our network, and also our partners for the event that include Hive Collab, Innovation Village, the French Embassy, CAS, Village Capital, JICA, BOP Inc. Media, good morning to you all, and thanks for making this engagement possible. My engagement today is really focused on a couple of things. As we prepare to make this big announcement, and our partner for Uganda Innovation Week, NSF High Innovator, is to speak to how the initiative is set up, but most importantly, through this, how we're seeing the role of entrepreneurship support organizations. We are all here today because up to 23 entrepreneurship support organizations came together through our association, Startup Uganda, to ensure that we are able to converge, provide a platform for networking and sharing. We take that same spirit into our different programs that we implement with various partners as members. And one of those is the NSSF High Innovator Initiative that has currently partnered with over 10 entrepreneurship support organizations to support up to 500 small and growing businesses. So, as one of the lead implementing partners, or as the lead implementing partner for the NSF High Innovator Initiative, we set ourselves an ambitious goal of creating 132,000 work opportunities, actually creating, sustaining, and improving 132,000 work opportunities for young people. Of those, 92,400 should be geared towards women. Now that's almost 70% of the target. And it's a very ambitious target that was set by the NSF High Innovator Initiative. So we started off, we were at 27% when we recruited for our very first cohort of 28 businesses. And recently we grew that engagement to 44% women participation. But we asked ourselves one question: how best can we grow it to 70%, which is our target? And so, in the initiative we shall launch, we've set ourselves a very ambitious target that by next year, we shall support at least 100 women-led and women-owned businesses. So, we hope that this will move our engagement to 70%. Next. But to get there, we need the help of our partners. Okay, that is not quite clear, but the way the process works is once you apply to the NSF High Innovator Initiative, you're paired up with an entrepreneurship support organization. Actually, a lot of the work is done by our partners. That also include, besides Outbox, we work with Shona, we work with Stanbic Business Incubator, we work with Curad, we work with Women in Technology Uganda, we work with Makere Innovation and Incubation Center, we work with Impact, we work with Uganda Christian University in Mbale, and all these organizations really come together to walk that journey with you. So the first step is on the extreme top right, which is called enroll. So everyone who comes through the High Innovator Initiative first signs up on an online business academy. Now, this online business academy is meant to help you address foundational gaps and help you become ready for the support that you're trying to acquire. So it's an online course that has a number of modules, and for women we've even gone far ahead. We've spent some time investigating some of the aspects that we believe are important to help women enterprises to better qualify for such opportunities. So we've invested in aspects to do with mindset change. We've invested in aspects to do with time and mobility. And there'll be a session for that in one of the breakout rooms to just walk you through some of those things. So together with your partner, you're assigned to a partner. If you've been working with that partner, that's okay. And that partner helps you through that process. That process is supplemented by what we call learning communities. So learning communities, we've launched learning communities, which are physical engagements where you can meet. They are largely anchored in institutions of learning. You can meet and go through this course together with other fellow participants in case you're having any challenges. Also, our partners provide access to infrastructure to help you undertake that course. So once you're done, the next step is you get a business plan, and then you undergo the second step, which is a due diligence process. So the due diligence process is to basically say, do you meet the criteria for the next phase, which is the accelerator? Are you who you say you are? But also, we have what we call a pre-selection bootcamp, where together with our partners, we sit with you over many days, helping you best prepare your business case for an investment committee. Then thereafter, you have the opportunity, the third step, to present to an investment committee your business case for an opportunity to be selected. And then once you join, which is the last step, that's when you qualify not only for the funding that comes to your business, but also for the technical assistance to help you address certain gaps in your business. Now, the role of entrepreneurship support organizations is that each of these steps is anchored in their support. It is very hard to do these steps on your own, and that's why we encourage entrepreneurs to be open to receiving this kind of support. Next. So, this is largely the criteria that we follow, but for what we are going to launch today, it has been tailored to our learnings based on the very many engagements we've had with women entrepreneurs. One is registration. You have to be registered with Uganda Registry Services Bureau. If you're not registered, they have a desk downstairs. You can go and make sure you get that. Then you have to have a TIN number. You can't have a bank account without a TIN number. You need a bank account to participate in this. And also you should register with National Social Security Fund. If it's your first time to register because you love the program, that's okay. We shall help you through the process, don't worry, okay? Don't worry. But you're working with NSSF, and now it's by law. By law, every business has to be registered, okay? Whether you have less than 5 employees or more than 5. The second is you have to have been operational for at least 2 years, okay? So we should see that evidence that you've been actively engaged in some form of trade or business. The other is you have to have at least 2 full-time employees with at least 50% of the staff below 35 years of age. We are targeting to support young people, youth in work, okay? But we also recognize that a number of the people who run these businesses are not youth. They are welcome as long as they create work opportunities for young people. That is the interpretation in that. Why 2 full-time? Because we also notice that women, a number of them are solo founders. Previously, we used to encourage at least 2 in the founding team. So if you're a solo entrepreneur, sole proprietorship, you're also welcome, as long as you can demonstrate you have some people focused full-time on your business. Then you should be 50% female-owned and or have 70% women in top management. This is to also take care of those businesses that really do a good job at giving women work opportunities, but might not have as many women in the ownership role. The other is revenue. This revenue is very small, 10 million. You should have made at least 10 million in the past year, and you have not raised more than $1 billion in grants. Now, 20,000 is quite a small ticket size, and we want it to go to where it can be most impactful in terms of the businesses. The other is you must complete. Everyone must complete the academy. And lastly, we've opened it up to businesses in all sectors. And we shall talk more about that in the next panel session. But many of you know that we've been restricted, so we've said, come. So largely this is it in terms of the process and our role as Entrepreneurship Support Organization. So don't worry that you're many and you think you won't have the necessary support. We see you. Our current cohort has 78, but we know each one of them because we have a very good network of partners. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Richard, sorry, I'm so sorry to make you walk back. Just 2 quick questions from me. I might have missed this while I was walking about. But is there an age bracket? The age bracket you spoke about was for the employees below 35. And you said that we can be whatever age we want to be if we are the business owners. Is that?
Yes, as long as you employ young people.
We can be 70, we can be, okay.
You can also be
Okay, so people won't be afraid to invest with us because we are 70 and 60. Oh, and the other question was, for me sitting in this room or watching online, where do I sign up if I've, yes.
Yeah, that was my last slide. So you sign up at the High Innovator Business Academy. Honestly, if you just do a very quick Google search, High Innovator Business Academy, you'll actually see it will be the first result. So you go on, you sign up, and you start your journey there in the academy. All the information you need that I've presented and everything else is on that page in terms of the criteria and what you need to do. Yeah. So lastly, I talked about your SB downstairs. If you need more information, outside on the left, you'll see a High Innovator booth manned by our nice colleagues Vivian and Patricia and Festo, and they'll help you through any other questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Let's play another inspirational video from High Innovator, another impact story, just to get you thinking about what Richard has been sharing with us.
Kakande, an entrepreneur at Equator Farming and Processing. My name is Florence Kakande, an entrepreneur at Equator Commercial Farming and Processing. I'm in value addition, focusing mainly on pumpkin, soybean, and maize. The purpose why we are focusing on pumpkin is because it is a highly nutritious fruit. We empower different farmer groups and we train them on organic farming. And the moment the pumpkin is ready, Equator buys from them and we add value. I learned about NSSF High Innovator from a friend. The friend watched a program, a TV program, and she told me about it. When I signed up for the High Innovator program, I was so happy that whatever was promised, I was just anxious and looking forward to learning more about it. Because originally, before I got to the NSSF High Innovator program, I was even thinking the challenges are too much. But on the program, I got to learn that along the way as you move, you get the challenges, but you can overcome. I learned that I don't need to do everything myself, but I need to work with others to accomplish tasks. I was able to know that without keeping proper records, you cannot take the business to the next level. During the pitch for the High Innovator program, I was a bit nervous because I saw a lot of people competing, but out of the Accelerator program, we were given facilitators who kept on encouraging us. And when I was announced a winner, it was wow for me. I was so happy. When I got the funds, the raw material supply was supported because now from the 8 farmer groups, I added 3 more farmer groups. The product itself, before the NSSF High Innovator program, was just doing it without really taking care about the professional view of the nutritionists. But now I was able, with the funds, to hire a team of consultants to do the testing of my product, and it is now an improved product. And with the NSSF High Innovator program, I'm now able to help more people, like the refugees. I'm working with 3 groups there in Chaka and Ramoinje. Our focus is mainly on women, more specifically widows. With the support of the NSSF High Innovator program. We are able to empower them. We train them on how to plant the pumpkin, and in future we hope we are going to take them through the post-handling of the pumpkin when it is ready, and they will be able to improve their incomes. I would like to encourage everyone out there who has not yet signed up for the NSSF High Innovator Business Academy program to do so as quickly as possible, because you don't know what you're missing. Because out of the benefits you're going to get, your business is going to grow, you're going to have a compliant business, and you will have an access to a better market.
All right, thank you for that. Yesterday, as one of the women asked, and I know this is a concern for a lot of women, and her concerns were around women in the workplace. Women are slowed down while they're doing businesses because of childcare work, and we've had these conversations before. I was looking at the program, and just to tell you that some of those questions are going to be addressed in the afternoon session. I'm sure you all have a program. If you go to, page 6, you look at what's coming up in the afternoon. So there'll be a masterclass on tips and tricks of unlocking investment from the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator. There'll be a topic on women founder mindset and workplace well-being. There'll be financial management and support for women-led businesses. There'll be a masterclass on fundraising 101 for women entrepreneurs, addressing myths and misconceptions. And there'll be succession planning for family-owned businesses and capacity building on gender mainstreaming for entrepreneurship support organizations. So just to give you a sense of, if you're sitting here and thinking, yes, I'm a woman, they want us to be part of that 70%, but they're not factoring in all of these things that hold us back. They're giving you solutions, and you can join those conversations later on in the afternoon. And again, a reminder for the hashtag, if you're using social media, it's Uganda Innovation Week 2022, so UIW 2022, NSSF Innovator, and Level Up. Those are the 3 hashtags that we will be using. So we're going to go to a keynote. But before we get to our keynote, maybe just to hear from all of you in the room, because we've been talking at you and we've been talking the entire time. From what Richard spoke about earlier, and Richard, I'm going to put you on the spot. I see your expression is not very happy with me, but there's a little, like Kamshenga yesterday, the little dictator comes out when you're the person on the microphone. If we have any questions for Richard that he can take in response to this collaboration, or if we even have any questions for MasterCard Foundation, now is a good time, because sometimes people leave earlier than the breakout sessions and you're unable to speak to them at that point. Do we have anyone who has a question or who would like to make a comment? This is your one opportunity before I move on to the next session. Anybody? All right. Richard, it looks like you've been saved by the audience. So I'm going to ask that we move on to our next order of business. Okay, we're going to buy some time. Our next session is going to be live, and we'd like the online audiences to participate. So if I could have any question, anyone that has a question for Richard, I'm going to put this out there again. Please don't embarrass me and keep me standing here begging you to ask a question. There's a gentleman in a white shirt at the very back. Thank you so much. I'm hoping they'll even give you a t-shirt for saving me. Anyone with a microphone that can move it to him? At the very back in this middle. So if you can stand up, you can, and they can see you and bring the microphone to you. Your question is for Richard Okay, Richard, the question is for you. So if you don't mind, you could come back to the front to take that question. Please introduce yourself, tell us a bit about what you're doing, and then you can ask the question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, thank you. I'm Kwagala Trevor. I run a software development company, Sportex Incorporation. Yes, so my question is to Mr. Richard Zulu. I have two. The first one is the iInnovator, like I took the course and everything, but there was this criteria. There was that criteria of 2 years. My question is that what do you do for businesses that are growing fast? They don't need to go through that 2 year, like that 2 year criteria of yours. Because there are businesses that we know, like for example, I deal in software. A business can actually grow because you can develop software and everything, and it grows and it gains traction in less than even 5 months, like you'll be so far. So if you tell me you need 2 years before you sign up and get funding and join the Accelerator and growth, I don't see how that could be of help to me. And also, the next question is, where is Outbox located? Because I was looking on your Google Maps and everything. It said Lumumba Avenue. That day there was something and I couldn't find it. Yes, so I think that is it. And also, the third one is about what do you do for people who have ideas? Like ideas, just business ideas. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the criteria for 2 years is because from the research we've seen, it's even a stretch, by the way. But from what we've seen, because we are looking for some evidence of a business at this accelerator stage, there are 2 stages. There's the first, the business academy, and there's the accelerator. We are trying to invest in businesses that demonstrate potential for your ability to grow, for your ability to sustain and have impact. Now, we believe, and what we've seen is that 2 years is at least some time for you to have some evidence that, one, you have paying customers, for instance. You've been able to establish some partnerships here and there, or are in the process of, right? And you have a good understanding of how your business might work. Because we are not necessarily looking for ideas at this phase. Now, on the business academy side, the business academy is open. If you have an idea, or if you meet the criteria up this side on the accelerator, you can still participate. The academy is our nurturing ground for helping us build good pipeline. It's a long-term project. Imagine if you started, we're now in our 3rd year. Imagine if you started in the 1st year when we started the iInnovator. By now, you would be ready for the opportunity. And that's where we try to support these ideas. The second thing we're trying to do in the academy is to see what other linkages can we build for you beyond iInnovator. Young Africa Works has other interventions. Our partner entrepreneurship support organizations have other opportunities, right? And so when you join this family, we want to see how best to help you move from an idea to a proof of concept so that you can qualify for these other opportunities. So that's why we have that in place. Yep. Oh, and location. Now, you don't necessarily need to find us, but if you need to, that was the right location. If you put it on Google Maps, you can actually find our office. But why I say that is because this is a national program. And we have partners all over that can help you. We have Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center. We have Makerere University Business School here in Nakawa. We have Shona somewhere in Ntinda. We have UCU in Mbale. We have Curad in Kapeka and Namave. We have Impact in Kanungu. And we're onboarding many more. We have Women in Technology in Mbarara. So we are spreading the network so that you do not necessarily have to come to Outbooks. You come, if you may, because of convenience, because of location and everything. But we want to encourage entrepreneurs to participate from wherever they are and utilize this supporting infrastructure that we've invested so much time and effort in.
Richard, there's another question for you. I don't know if you want to sit so that you're comfortable responding using one of those microphones. Please give the, yes, the gentleman in purple.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Agaba Nelson. I'm the acting national coordinator of the Young People in Alliance for National Transformation. Richard, you made mention of the academy, but what I didn't get, I don't know whether I missed it, sorry about that if I did, the time frame of how long does one has to be in that academy, and two, is it time limited? Like you fail probably to get to a next stage, can you repeat again? How long can someone be in that academy for him to get to another stage, as you mentioned? Thank you so much.
Okay, so the academy is self-paced, and we've seen it largely depends on the time and effort that the entrepreneur puts in. We've seen that the biggest barrier has largely been the busyness of the entrepreneur and the ability to create time. We've seen entrepreneurs do this academy in 2 weeks and actually finish it with the right concentration. But from our analysis, it can't even take you more than a month to actually finish, because it's quite interactive. It's focused on adult learning, largely video-driven, some text here and there, and some very simple exercises. So I believe if you put the time and effort into it, you can complete it. Now, what determines when do you finish the academy is if you really want to move to the next stage, which is the accelerator stage. The accelerator stage has a time limit within which we stop considering participants who have completed the course to move to the next phase. So there is a deadline to that in terms of how you do participate. And you can find that deadline also on the website. Yeah.
All right, I'll take one final question, if there's one. Right, there's a lady in a white shirt.
The men were more interested.
Thank you so much. My name is Natasha Liza. I run an online business, Tashao Designers. You said that for one to apply for this, they must have been able to employ at least 2 or 5 staff. And these staff, 2 staff that are permanent. But this is an online business, and I have a bigger vision for Tashao Designers. So what does someone like me do? Do we apply or we don't? Because clearly, it's a futuristic goal. We're going to have the employees, but now what do we do at the moment? Because I do not have employees in mind. Thank you.
So you do everything. Yeah, we need to, you still take the academy and we help you through that process of trying to get at least 2 people to help you Imagine you're not there. You should even attend that session on that session on succession planning. And that's why we put that there, because it's very critical for all of us to understand the value of looking at a business beyond ourselves. So that means you're most likely still very early, but it doesn't mean that over the next 1 year, you can have those people, right? Yeah.
Okay, Richard, I'm going to keep you for just 4 more minutes. We have 4 minutes before we go live, so I'll take another question. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I'm going to give this opportunity to women. So we're going to go to the lady in purple, with a purple scarf on her head. And then the lady in a yellow. People at the high table also want to ask questions. Okay, just make your question brief so that Richard can answer all of these in 4 minutes.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Nalumansi, and I am the founder of The Veiled Millionaire, where we bring together Muslim women and do everything possible to elevate them to the next level. So to ask Richard again, we have so many ladies that have businesses that have been there for more than 2 years, but informally. They haven't been to URSB, they haven't been to URA, they're not in NSSF. But they're there, they're running, they employ communities, but they don't have any of the legal, 2-year background. What can you do to help businesses like that?
Okay, before I forget. Actually, one of the things we learned is exactly that women-owned businesses, a program that is really tailored to them should support that transition to formalization so that they can attract many more opportunities. And through the academy, we can help you get that, those legalities done, so that you can then apply. Ideally, what you will need to show us is that you have some form of records that show that you've been in business, something that shows that you've actually been operational for at least 2 years. So that then, when you legalize, we just carry on from that process. Yeah.
Please give the microphone to the lady in yellow. She's right behind you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kaite Silisa, a student at Makerere University Business School. I have just 2 questions. You mentioned that there are 2 phases, the business course and the Accelerator program. Must I have taken the course to apply for the Accelerator program? And then, if I do have the criteria, where do I go first if I'm applying? Thank you.
Yeah, so yes, take the course. For you to qualify for the Accelerator, it's the very first stage. So you have to visit High Innovator Business Academy.nssfug.org or org to actually sign up and start the process. Now, when you start the process, we're going to assign you to a partner who will reach out and try to understand more about your current situation and how to help you through that process. For instance, if you have those challenges that have been mentioned around legalizing your business, then that becomes a key focus for you as you go through that process. It's to really help you cover those gaps so that by the time the deadline comes, you're able to then qualify for the support in the Accelerator. But yes, it's mandatory to undertake that course, but the purpose is not just for you to read, to really, really understand. In one of the rooms, we shall look at tips and tricks to qualify for the High Innovator Accelerator program, and we shall tell you that some people just went through the course, and when they went to the investment committee or came for the pitch day, they really struggled around some of the aspects that were being asked. So it's to really help you that at the end you have your business plan, you have your pitch deck, you can really speak to your business, you can speak to your numbers. However rudimentary they are, you understand what the business is. You're not pitching a product, you're pitching a business. There's a very big difference.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you so much for allowing me to trouble you. We won't take any more questions. It's 11 a.m. on the dot, so let's move on with our program. Please thank Richard with me for taking the time to respond to these questions. And for all of your other questions, we will have some time to take them. Our keynote is going to be given by the man of the high innovator. I'm told that there's no room he walks into and doesn't pitch or speak about the high innovator. Mr. Patrick Ayota, if you'd like to come to the front. Patrick Ayota is the Deputy Managing Director of the National Social Security Fund. He'll be speaking to the Motivation for NSSF and the Journey so far. He is in charge of the fund's strategy function.
Good morning. No breakfast today. Good morning. I tell this story. I used to be a primary school teacher. And there's something beautiful about being a primary school teacher. When you walk in and you say, good morning, how do they respond? No, it was good morning, sir. Now, some of you are pretending you didn't. Let's try it again. Good morning. It's good to see you guys here. I think let me begin by just thanking MasterCard Foundation for being here. Adrian, thank you for the opening that you gave us. NSF takes this so seriously, and we have our top management team here. Okay, stand, because you may be there. Just stand up so that, if you know an exco, please stand. Thank you. Over there, that's Geoffrey. Geoffrey is in charge of all our members. He's the one who knows where you sleep, where you walk, and he keeps your money safely. Geoffrey, you're welcome. We have Alex. Alex actually is the one who runs strategy, not me. And then we've got the guy who keeps us in order, the two of them. We've got another Godfrey Barige. He's in charge of our internal audit to make sure that we are walking the straight and narrow. And he's supported by Edward, who runs the risk department. And then finally, we've got Milton now. For you guys who are looking for jobs, please call Milton. Talk to him before you leave this evening. So thank you very much. Why is that NSSF was interested in this? And I'm going to give you something. And I'll start with a point where, by the way, we are very selfish. I see the number of NSF staff who are here. Please stand up so that people can see, they can ask questions. I see, please stand up. If you're NSF staff, wherever you are. So guys, you have questions. I know some of them are here. You people. Yes, thank you. The reason why I'm saying that, so you can actually beat them up if you're not very happy. The reason we started this program is because we are selfish as an NSSF. And the reason I say that, because actually it's true. NSSF grows in only two ways. Only two ways. In 2011, NSSF as a fund was 1.7 trillion shilling fund. Today, NSSF is 18 trillion shilling fund. So it has grown by almost, maybe you can say 6 times since that time, and money coming from you as members. But all that money has come on only in 2 ways. We get your money, we invest it, we spend a little bit on ourselves, but the rest of it comes back to you. And that investment, and that's why in business, that when you start a business, you're going to generate revenues, which is basically you sell your product or service. You spend some of it on your business, your payroll, your supplies. Then there is a net profit that remains. NSF, that net profit is we call a surplus. It goes back to you and the business grows. If you never make money as a profit, you will never grow as a business. You'll be dead. That's why we're kind of emphatic about this thing. Think about your business as a business. Number 2, we only grow when new members join NSSF. So that as the new members come in, the contributions that you bring helps NSSF grow. We have a mandate. The good news is the money is still yours. We're just keeping it for you until that time when you're ready. Now, if you look at our country, it's not creating enough jobs. It's not. There's a 600,000 students graduate every year. Only about 70,000 get jobs. The rest do not have jobs, which means if we look at 15 years from now and this trajectory continues, we'll not have enough new members coming in, which means NSF will die. So a few years ago, actually 3 years ago, we said, let's intervene in this job creating area. Let's create our own future by creating our own members. And the way we can create our own future and creating our own members is by creating jobs. And the way jobs are created, they're created either you get a government job, you join another job, or you start a business, because when you start a business, you're going to hire people. What we've embarked on with you is a journey. And the reason why you should be happy we say we are selfish is because we are not with you today and letting you go. It's a marriage we start. We'll start preparing you through the academy, give you a little money for the business you want, but hoping you that this little money prepares you so that somebody else then comes and puts more money in your business. Beyond us, we've signed banks, we've basically have some other partners that we've had signed, waiting for your idea so you can grow with it. But you have to be prepared for it. So with us, we mark this as a journey. Out of, Edwin said we've already supported 105 startups over the last 2 years. 105 startups. Those who thought, some of you saw the videos of these ladies, you thought that maybe, man, I have no hope. No, we'll work with you. We'll help you build it, because at the end of the day, your business will succeed as you do it. Somebody asked a question that, no, but you see, I'm alone, I don't really need somebody else. Businesses are tough. There are times when you are so discouraged, you better have somebody next to you who is optimistic when you are down. So if you fall sick, who runs your business? That's why you need to have at least a partner. The thing with us Ugandans, I want 100% of it. It's mine. The problem is you can have 100% of $1 million shillings, or you can bring a partner and you have 70% of $1 billion shillings, which is better. And you look at all, for you guys, especially in this room, all your major guys, entrepreneurs who started, Steve Jobs had a partner. What was the name of Steve Jobs' partner? They started Apple. There were 2 of them. So did Bill Gates. When he said Microsoft, he had a partner. There were 2 of them. Because that is important for us, and it's important to do that together, because you then, 2 heads are better than 1. So the importance of this program to NSF is incredible. And when you get a partner like MasterCard Foundation, there are a number of them who are now seeing that actually we can make a difference. The good news is the funding that we make available to you initially is flexible. We don't tell you what you need to spend the money on. You tell us what you want the money for. You want to buy equipment, you had the lady, she needs a consultant, whatever it is, so that will help you get there, because it is in our interest that you succeed as a business. And the rest of today, when we looked at the numbers, Ugandan population, right around 52% are female, which means 48 are male. When you look at the number of businesses run by women, those who come through the program, those numbers drop down graphically. So we said, let's have an all-female cohort. And we thought we were going to be crazy. We thought we were crazy when we first thought about it. Goodness me, where are we going to find the women? You are here now today. And like we said, we want to fund 100 of you or more. And don't worry about saying, man, how are we going to do it? My business is small, I'm still growing, and so on. The mistake we make in Uganda is you think you start a business today, you break even in 6 months' time, and now you make profits in 6 months' time or in 12 months' time. So guess what? Your friend has a boda, you buy a boda. So you think, man, this boda business is good, so you buy a boda. 1 month goes by, you're not making any money, you are struggling. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, this thing is not working, you sell the boda. Now you wait for the next business to start over. The point at which you sold that boda, now you had begun to know who your customers are. You won't know your customers day one. Takes time. You know your pricing, you know how to fix your boda, but you gave it up. And then suddenly, you start another business. Guess what? You go right on ground floor. So in Uganda, we start, leave the business, start, leave a business we don't have sustaining power. So what we're encouraging you guys, look for that business that you are passionate about and stay in it. Give it some time. In the US, a business should last about 3 to 4 years before. If you don't make a profit before 4 years, it's okay, because it may take you that long to penetrate that thing. So guys, patience, perseverance, and enjoy the journey with us. One last thing. What else is in it for us? Remember this thing we told you about, you guys come through. You come with your business. As NSSF, we want to invest in that business. So we take what we call an option in your business. In finance terms, we take the option that for the money we've given you, we can convert it into shareholding of at least 6%. We will actually initially take 6%, but as you grow, we'll dilute ourselves even up to 2% because we are much interested in being invested in you. So the first potential shareholder you'll have in this business of yours is actually NSSF. Now, I don't know whether you understand what that means. That you've got an 18 trillion shilling fund willing to be your shareholder in that small business as you start. God bless you all. Take care.
For anyone coming up here, the entrance and exit is over there. Here, there's no step for you to pass, so we have to go past that side. I definitely understand now why he's called the man of the high innovator. It's difficult to convince people to get into something when you have no passion. So the promise that we've gotten today is we will walk with you, and I think that's important. So let's hold them to that promise. Let's make use of the opportunity. Yesterday, a lot of the conversation spoke about partnerships, which he has also spoken to, and how important they are, that the partnerships you have increase your list of knowledge, your expertise, and the resources available to make your business better and to also give you a better audience. Let's move on to our program, and I'd like to call Cynthia Chofuna. Cynthia, are you in the room? Cynthia? Cynthia, if you could come to the front. We were promised a big announcement from the NSSF High Innovator, and I'd like Cynthia to come and make good on that announcement. Has anybody seen Cynthia? Anyone seen Cynthia? All right, if somebody can try and find me Cynthia so that she can come and make that announcement. Okay, she's coming. Cynthia wanted a particular song as she walked to the stage. I don't know if you can find it. Or just play her song. She has all this energy.
Greetings everyone. Can I hear a shout? Can I hear someone say, incredible woman? Well, that's not all the women in the room, okay? So we're going to do it again. Incredible woman? Okay, so my role is really simple. Today is a very big day for us at the NSSF High Innovator. And just before I go ahead, I would like to invite the NSSF High Innovator team to the front. Please run to the front, run to the front. If you belong to the NSSF High Innovator team, run to the front. And I must mention we have media, we have cameras here, so shine. I don't see anyone running. And the music is very convenient. NSSF High Innovator team, I would like to invite Patrick, Angie, Mr. Adrian, Richard Zulu, Julian, Bobo Gang, Joseph, Perez, Rahma. Guys, do not stay seated. They need to see the people behind the NSSF High Innovator Initiative. Yes, here, just down there. Should they come dancing? Yes, dance. I've been advised that if we could all come up, because this is where the light is. It's important that we have light in our pictures. Gentlemen, these brilliant ladies and gentlemen that you see are the kitchen crew. DJ, do not let me down. Keep the music going. Let's push up this side. Do we have any hub representation? We work with quite a number of hubs, and I think I saw some hub partners here. Moobs, Shona, UCU, MIC, Impact, Stanbic Business Incubator. If you are in the room, please join us for this brilliant picture. Please do not stand. The DJ is doing us great justice. Show that you have some life.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilonoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana, dawo yami, ayikholana, buso wami, awukholana.
Oh yeah. So the audience says you're not doing anything. So ladies and gentlemen, this here is the kitchen team. They are the team that are in the background, cooking, co-creating, brainstorming on how we can move the needle when it comes to women entrepreneurship in Uganda. So Patrick, Adrian, Richard have already said it all. So this here is the team. I know that we have some other people coming at the back. So just 1 minute for these people to show us how youthful they are. I mean, the mandate is that we are creating 132,000 jobs for youth and women, yes? So just 1 minute to show us how youthful you are. Alex, you're whispering. You will lead this crew. DJ, wake up.
Yeah. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Bonito kala, don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up, come, you come, person, matter, person, we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good, Koni Bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you.
Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the youthful, beautiful. We have women here, we have men here, we are co-creating. I would like to now declare that the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator is launched. Woo! Yeah!
We all know a woman who owns or runs a side hustle.
Please go dancing one by one.
women can actually build thriving
Okay,
businesses.
thank you very much, DJ. Thank you, NSSF High Innovator team. So I need you to keep your eyes glued on the screen, because what follows the announcement is you need to know. You need to know what is happening.
We all know a woman who owns or runs a side hustle, a retail or boutique business, or a high-growth company.
I believe women can actually build thriving businesses by first believing in themselves, to be comfortable in your skin, to know that this is me, this is what I stand for, and this is what I'm going for. I think it's more of a mindset change.
One of the reasons why I started up my company is because of unemployment rates in Uganda. As much as I study, I might probably end up jobless. So when I was in my second year, I looked at what I could do that doesn't need me to have a transcript, and cleaning came into mind. So I started the business, and when I got enough work to also hire other people, I started hiring my fellow students and giving them an employment opportunity to make some money while in school.
Opportunities sometimes rarely present themselves. Sometimes you just have to create them. You have to create your own opportunities. As Claire, I would never have thought I'd be here being interviewed, ever. But I created an opportunity for myself by creating my platform.
The 2019 World Bank research states that women-owned businesses in Uganda generate 30% lower profits than their male counterparts. This is so because women face gender-specific constraints like childcare responsibilities, lack of information and networks, lack of access to finance, and limiting social norms. These constraints greatly contribute to the low participation of women in business accelerator programs and limit their chances of scaling their businesses.
As women, we face very many challenges, especially when we're going to begin new businesses. For example, we face a lot of discouragement, and we also have financial problems. Most people do not have enough money to start up their dream businesses.
When you get into family, you have children, you have a husband, you have a home to run, somehow your business will go down because you don't have anyone else to run it. But if you build it with systems where other people can take on, you have delegated some things off your shoulders, then it's okay, you can go on.
But what I'd advise all women out there is look up to people that have successfully started their own businesses, especially in the sector that you're interested in joining in. Do not listen to people who have failed in that particular sector, because they will definitely tell you that it won't work. And there are very many programs and companies out there that are willing to fund you if you have a valid dream.
Women thrive when they're in partnerships. Women thrive when they can surround themselves in groups, people who can mentor them, people who can hold your hand, because business in its sense is very lonely at some point. So if you find someone who can actually hold your hand, and there are all these organizations that women are part of.
Invest in your learning. You will never move unless you learn. But more than even that, learn and implement.
Introducing the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator, here to give women entrepreneurs in all sectors an opportunity to grow their businesses into resilient enterprises, while also making them more competitive and better placed to receive financial support.
Join the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator Program.
You asked, we heard you. The NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator has been built for you as an incredible woman to support you to turn your side hustle into a main hustle, improve your systems and processes, sales and revenues for your boutique and retail businesses, as well as help you create more jobs. Are you an incredible woman? Sign up today on highinnovator.nssfug.org.
Thank you. Cynthia, you asked a hard task of all of the people you brought to the front. There is nothing harder than dancing to an audience. I'm tempted to ask her to do the same. But if you feel sorry for her, I'll let her go. Should I? Cynthia, they've saved you. I'm going to call our next keynote speaker, Vumi Msweli, who is the CEO, Hesed Consulting. Vumi Msweli is an accomplished and dedicated executive speaker, columnist, and career coach
With almost a decade of experience in the financial services, 2 years in telecommunications, ICT industries, and 7 years in coaching and consulting, she will be speaking to why the focus on women entrepreneurship. She looks exactly like a women entrepreneur. Bumi, you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, guys, I did not fly all the way from South Africa via Kigali for a good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Now I feel like I'm in Kampala. If you could please help me with my slides. So there's a beautiful saying I love, and it's an African proverb that says, if you want to go quickly, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So as I kick off this conversation, I want to really thank our sponsors for allowing us from today to go further together. Can we please give them a round of applause? The next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, who is Vumi Msweli? Next slide. In the words of the urban poets, we've got youth here, right? In the words of the urban poet Jay-Z, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am pretty much an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. I started my business 10 years ago in my kitchen table. I've subsequently grown my business to over 5 countries. I'm in the United States, I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Botswana, I'm in Rwanda, I'm in Nigeria, and I'm in South Africa. Next slide, please. But this is not without saying, I love what this other lady was talking about. I think it was a gentleman talking about how difficult entrepreneurship is. We are going to have an honest conversation. I'm a career coach, meaning we are going to have a heart-to-heart conversation. In having this heart-to-heart conversation, yes, I've made millions. Yes, I've lost millions. Yes, I've had my car repossessed. I've not just one car, not just 2 cars, I've had 3 cars repossessed. It is no easy feat being an entrepreneur. Some of us spoke a little bit around the challenges of being an entrepreneur, specifically as a mother and as a wife. I know exactly that. My little girl was crying till midnight as I was about to take the flight here at 3 o'clock in the morning. The challenges are real, but oh wow, the benefits outweigh the challenges over and over and over again. So, the first thing I learned in being an entrepreneur is I had to be a catalyst. Do you all remember science class when we spoke about a catalyst? A catalyst is something that gets into an environment and changes the environment, despite what the environment might look like. And that is your job as an entrepreneur. So if we can go to that slide, please. And what's interesting about the word catalyst is it comes from the Greek word kataluien, meaning it is within me to change the environment outside of me. We all know what happens when we boil water. The water's boiling, you put a potato, it softens. You put an egg, it hardens. So it's really about the content of what's inside. So what are you going to do to start causing change? Changing the chemical, mental reaction inside of yourself to be able to face the challenges that are around you. And the first thing for me as an entrepreneur is, okay, I'm going to be a catalyst, I'm going to change the environment. But how am I going to change the environment? What am I going to be known for? When I walk into a room, what are people going to say? Ah, that's Vumi Msweli. She is ... Her business does ... Next slide, please. So it goes to number 1, your personal brand. A lot of us very much love Apple because of a gentleman called Steve Jobs. We know the man behind the brand. And if you don't know what a personal brand is, it's the conversation that's happening when you're not in the room. Grace. Please, I beg, don't tell me about Grace. That woman, ... you know. Oh my goodness, students, she's amazing. Finish the sentence. It is the conversation people are having about you when you're not in the room. That is your personal brand. The good news about a personal brand is it can start as one thing, but it can change into something else. Your personal brand, if done effectively, can impact your perceived value. So, ladies and gents, there's the actual value that we pay, and there is the perceived value. If, for example, today I said the bottle of water sitting at your table, from tomorrow, you are now going to start paying 10 million shillings. You'd be like, Vumi, for water. Is this a joke? But if I said, I've got a special, the biggest diamond in the world, only 10 million shillings, this like, Vumi, let's talk. Why? Can you survive on diamonds? Anyone? Can anyone survive on diamonds? But without water, you will die. You're willing to pay more for a rock than for something that sustains your life. What is the difference? Diamonds have a greater perceived value. How are you perceived? Some of us are scared to tell our clients how much we are charging them because we know the perceived value is not high. But if you walk into Ferrari, have you ever seen for sale, discount Ferrari? Louis Vuitton, special, 2 for 1. Anyone? Why? The perceived value is higher. So when looking at your business, I want you to ask yourself, what am I known for? What does that personal brand look like? What is my actual value I'm bringing, and what is the perceived value I'm bringing? You need to answer that question first for yourself before you're able to take your product and your services to the world. So let's talk a little about the world. Next slide. For me, the mastering of my local market was critical. Where is your business? My business started in a small little township 10 years ago. That's where it started. And I made sure I crushed and mastered my local market. I became what I like to call a local hero. Then I quickly realized, where do I play? This is my industry, this is my segment. Then I asked myself a very challenging question. Who else in the world is playing where I'm playing? Ladies and gents, I don't know if you're aware of this, but by the year 2100, 40% of the world's population is going to be African. 40% of the world's population is going to be African. So if you're thinking right now, as long as I'm fine in Kampala, I'm good. Not realizing that there's some gentleman or lady sitting in Kinshasa and Congo who's going to come and eat your lunch in Kampala if you're not careful. There's someone sitting in Mombasa who's ready for you. There's someone in Cape Town ready for you. There's someone who's sitting right now in my second home in Nigeria, and you know my Nigerian people don't play. They are ready for you. I beg all. Right? So who is playing globally where you are playing? And that for me then starts to become, how do I start playing differently? How do I show up differently? So for me, this became easy. So I'd mastered my local market in South Africa. I'd had the privilege of studying in Ghana, and my Ghanaian friends said to me, Vumi, you really like West Africa. I'm like, I love it. They're like, it's very good. You better just stay here in Ghana. You'll never make it in Nigeria. Now, what a lot of you might not know, that I am Zulu, and no, I'm not Mrs. Zulu like Richard. I am Zulu, the tribe, eh? I'm sure you've heard about us. Shaga Zulu, those people, when they say there's a war, we run towards. So I said, I mustn't go where? To Nigeria. So naturally, I packed up my bags and I moved to Nigeria to build my business there. Next slide, please. And what happened to me in Nigeria is something I was not prepared for. The market was completely different. I thought I'd done my research because I'd gone on Google. I got there in the space of a year. I wiped out my entire life savings. And I was getting ready to go home to refuel and rethink and just, go home to my mother. Sometimes when life is hard, you just want your mother's cooking. And you can tell I like my mother's cooking, eh? I literally was in the airport lounge. I'll never forget the MTN airport lounge on the phone with my best friend, crying, say, I don't know what's wrong with this country. I've tried so hard. It doesn't like me. And all of a sudden, a gentleman said, I beg. Madam, you a Saudi babe? Love Niger now? I was like, yes, sir, I love Nigeria. And he said, what do you do? I pitched my business. In less than 5 minutes, he signed up as a client. In that one deal, he paid for over a year of my expenses. So this becomes the lesson. Your customer is not always at your shop or where you think. Your customer is always around you. You need to be ready to pitch and sell your business at a drop of a hat. How often are we walking away from opportunities because we're afraid to speak up? We're afraid to seize the opportunity in front of us. So, once I've gotten that right, I've got a customer now, I had to say, okay, I now, in my new environment, need to become locally relevant. The next slide. I had to adapt everything I knew from South Africa that didn't work into Nigeria. You know, I'm sure here, a lot of the time when I'm in East Africa, they're like, yo, Vumi, you're so loud. In Nigeria, they think I'm soft-spoken. So now it's adjusting, right? What's working, what's not working. Then I had to realize that I had to be the best in my corner of the world, which was now Abuja and Lagos. How do I become the best at what I do? What are my competitors not doing? So I'm in the coaching space. I work in human capital. And what I realized, a lot of my competitors are not using the media. So I then found out who owns the biggest newspaper in Nigeria. I inboxed him every single day for 6 months. Eventually, he was like, Madam, where are you from? South Africa. Okay, here, I beg, here, speak to this woman. Next thing you know, every single day, every single Saturday, I was on the second page of the biggest publication with my own column. I took the opportunity I had. Often when we are coming from a different market, how we see the world is different. A lot of the people in this room are saying, listen, I'm a grad and I'm probably not going to get a job. But I've got good news for you. As a graduate, you have graduated from a school of thought, the School of Economic Management and Sciences, the School of Biology, whatever that school is. It's giving you an ability to think of things in a particular manner. Apply that to the business that you're wanting to go into. I come from the School of Accounting, and here I am working with human beings. So now I'm focusing on the psychology of people and the numbers. And we all know I really like the numbers. Okay? So, that lets you know where do you play, okay? If we can go to the next slide. What arena do you play in? How will you play? What is your advantage? And what are the rules of the game that you are playing? A lot of us start going into entrepreneurship not realizing the rules. We think, no, my product is great, they'll love my product. Can I tell you a secret? There is chicken that is better than KFC. But do we know what it is? No. Because KFC understood the rules of the game. They understood who their target audience was, and they marketed it. Everywhere in the world, outside of one country, Coca-Cola is the #1 soft drink, outside of Scotland. It's Iron Brew. Because they got to the market late and didn't really understand that market. But Coca-Cola everywhere else is #1. Did Coca-Cola say, no, guys, we're #1, advertise for who? No, let's sit down, they know us now. Does anyone know? We've all seen a Coca-Cola ad recently. How? Hello, Kampala? Yes, we've all seen Coca-Cola ad recently. Why is that? Because they realize that they have to stay top of mind. After hundreds of years of being a #1, they're still putting themselves out there. Yet you speak to one person about your business, they say no, and you're like, okay, let me just leave this. If the top of the top, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, continues putting themselves out there, you have to do so even more. And a good example of this is a fantastic bank in Zambia. This bank is called Zanaco. Next slide. And they were getting ready to close down. They had not really started marketing. There were new exciting banks coming to the market from all over the world. And they thought, we're never going to do it. Let's give it one last chance. And they said, what we'll focus on now is technology. They looked at their market and they said, what we're going to focus on is technology. We're going to specialize in technology. They did this and they prepared just in time for COVID. It shifted the game for them. Some of you are frustrated because your product is not for this time, it's for what's coming around the corner. If you close down now, you're never going to be there. I remember having a conversation with my father. I was a senior exec at one of the biggest telecommunications actually in the world, at Vodafone. I ran Africa. Imagine going to your African father and mother and say, yeah, you know they pay me in pounds. Me, I want to be a coach. My father looked at me and says, but you don't play soccer. I had to explain what a coach was. My father says, Vumi, if you don't want to be an accountant, then rather be a lawyer. I came a bit early in the market. That was 10 years ago. 10 years later, I lead the biggest coaching firm in the continent. So be patient. Be patient like Zanaka was patient. They invested, and what in essence happened is when the time came, they were able to flip the script, collaborate with clients, and fast forward a year later, they won, an African bank won, the most innovative bank in the world. That is what's possible if you focus and leverage what your advantage is. So, you're going to say to me, yeah, Vumi, you spoke about being a catalyst. How do I change the status quo? Things are tough where I'm at. And for me, I say you need to please go to the next slide. You need to be the change agent. You need to start with where you are. You need to think like dye. You know how dye gets put in water? Even though there's more water, it changes the color. What are you doing to change the environment, how people see your business? The conversations you're going to have with your mom and dad, like I had to. And needless to say, fast forward a few years later, when my mother saw the new house, she was like, she's a coach, eh? She's a coach. Telling all her friends and family, still not quite clear what I do. You need to be able to protect your inner world. We don't talk about this enough. A lot of your success is going to lie in between what's happening between your two ears. It's the conversations you're having with yourself. Have you already lost before you've even started? So protecting that inner world. And then what I love is the concept of Meraki. So the Japanese have a concept that is called Meraki. They say in every room you enter, with every person you interact, you leave your thumbprint, your aroma. It's basically what Dr. Maya Angelou said. People will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. How are you making your customers feel? How are you making potential collaborators feel about you and your business? How are you showing up? Get that, and then you can move to wherever it is you want to. If we can go, thank you. What's the direction you're going? Sometimes a lot of us as entrepreneurs are so obsessed with the destination, we don't realize the destination may change. COVID taught us that. Destination changed. Where do you want to be? What's that direction looking like? How far away are you? What is the difference between where you are and where it is that you're wanting to be? And when I started looking around at where it is that I wanted to be, I didn't find people in South Africa who were there. I had to look at people in America. I had to look at people in Nigeria to help learn where it is that I wanted to be. And there's a beautiful saying that I love. If you don't know where you're going, any road is going to lead you there. So a lot of us are saying not here. You don't go to a restaurant and say not beef. Okay, do you want chicken? I don't know. You want pasta? I don't know, just not beef. Not something is not a strategy. Where do you want to be? And for me, one of the biggest lessons there became, if I woke up and there was a magical wand and I could get there, what does that there look like? How many country directors do I have? How many African lives have I impacted? How many minds have shifted because of conversations we have had? So be clear about that for yourself. This allows you to control the narrative. In controlling the narrative, it is in essence what you will be remembered for. So there's a fantastic story. I don't know if you know it. It's by a gentleman called Mr. Noble. And Mr. Noble was a French businessman who sold gunpowder. And Mr. Noble used to, in essence, sell gunpowder, died very, very wealthy, but what he didn't expect is that there'd be another Mr. Noble who would pass away. So he opens up the Sunday newspaper, and there in the newspaper is his obituary. And it read, "The merchant of death is dead." He's like, this is what people are going to remember about me? He decided there and then he was going to stop selling gunpowder, and he was going to spend the rest of his life celebrating human achievements. So he started the Nobel Prize. We all know the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Science Prize. He changed what he wanted to be remembered for. So if you right now were to bow out to meet your maker, what would you be remembered for? What do you wish to be remembered for? What you wish to be remembered for, is that a part of your company's values, of what it is that you're currently trying to create? What's the story? And are you driving that narrative proactively? And I know I've spoken a little bit about being global, but I'm going to just re-emphasize this one last time. I once had a fantastic conversation with one of my mentors in Singapore, and he was an Indian gentleman. And I said to him, Raj, I really want to get wealthy quickly. And he said, quickly? There's only one way to do that. I was like, okay. He's like, earn in a currency stronger than the currency you spend in. I was like, sorry? He's like, I earn in dollars, I spend in rupees. So you thinking your market is only here. Do you know how many pounds, euros, dollars you're leaving at the table? So how then do you start going global? In the next slide, please. Can you excel anywhere in the world? If we had to make you compete with the best of the best, anywhere in the world, can you really excel with them there? If not, why not? If so, that's your competitive advantage. How do you protect it? How do you leverage it? How do you scale it? What is the best practice you need to be using that you currently aren't looking at? In my business, we do this on an annual basis. We literally just look at our competitors from everywhere in the world. So I can see why someone would choose us over them. And some of those competitors are so big that we are not even there yet, but we are on our way, we're right behind them. It's a matter of time, okay? It's about being international. And I know some of you are going to say, hey, Vumi, the way my wallet is set up, I can't leave right now. Do you know that before I moved to Nigeria, I lived in Nigeria in my mind? I ate Nigerian food, I watched Nollywood. Yes, I watched Nollywood. I listened to Nigerian music. I'd watch Nigerian TV on YouTube. By the time I landed in the country, I knew the psychology of the people. Because if I was going to master and excel there, I had to understand them. So where is your next market? We want you to create jobs here in Uganda, but we also want your clients to be from everywhere in the world. NSSF needs to secure the bag, guys. We're not here to play. So I want you to be very, very intentional about looking at that. And how will they know you globally? So let's do a little bit of a case study. I love this one. And this one comes from Cote d'Ivoire, if we can go to the next slide. I was having lunch with a friend of mine who is a multi-billionaire. And she's in the energy space, renewable energy space. And she said something for me that I didn't understand. She says, do you know how I just made my second billion? No, friend, teach me your ways. Tell me, please. What is his name? My account number is. She said, I was sitting in a meeting in Cote d'Ivoire with some of the biggest billionaires and funders, venture capitalist funders in the world. We were having dinner. And out of nowhere, someone who's a private bank, he was celebrating, said, stand up and say your name. And tell us, if you could ask for one thing, what would that be? She stood up, and in about 3 minutes, she sold her business. By the time dessert came, her second billion was made. Now, this for me speaks to our ability to technically get things. If right now I put you in the room with the right decision makers, would you walk away with that second billion? Or even at least your first? Or you saying, yo, Vumi, I need 2 weeks. I just need 2 weeks. I need a PowerPoint. I need 2 weeks. I'm not ready. The people who can change your business from collaborators to clients, are in rooms you're walking into every single day. Your inability to pitch and know what it is you are asking for makes you stay where you are. We spoke about DIE, the ability to change the environment around us based on what's within us. That's what she did successfully that day. And that's probably one of the reasons she's now, a multi-billionaire. And in dollars, let me just make it clear. Okay. So, what are the technical skills you need to be in that room? If we can go to the next slide. What are the technical skills you need to go into that room that you might not have? You might be brilliant at creating your product, but you're not so good at selling it. You might be brilliant at talking to clients, but your accounting needs some work. Do an analysis of where your strengths and your weaknesses are. Understand what are the foundations of your profession. In your industry, what are the minimum things required to make sure those are solid. I love the question around why 2 years. It's because in reality, what we've seen, and I know this is a global stat, is in those first 3 to 4 years, a lot of businesses close. So your ability to keep going is the foundation of your business. How do you prove the basics of your competence? And I know a lot of the time some of us say, oh, I can't afford to hire someone to assist me. When I started out, I bartered. I bartered services with someone who was greater at admin than me. And I supported their business, and that's how I got started. Because I knew where I was competent and where I wasn't competent. And if you don't know, they say if you don't know, you better ask somebody, baby. Get a mentor. Next slide. A mentor is someone who's further down the road than you. They can teach you based on their experience what worked and what didn't work. They will say to you, listen, this is my experience. I really respect where you are, but this is some best practice. Can you imagine the conversation Messi and Depele have? Where Pele says, listen, to be the best player in the world, you need a nutritionist. You're going to need an agent. You're going to need, and then Messi listens and says, hey, nutritionist is old school. We deal with dietitians now. Oh, okay. You're saying I must sign with Nike. Please, please, please. Reebok has more money now. But based on that conversation, he could go further. So make sure you have a mentor who's further down the road than you. And allow that relationship to grow organically. For me, on the next slide, master that, mentorship, and I've said this a number of times, the importance of speaking up. And I can't think of a better example than this. So this is an image of 2 South African icons, Somizi, as well as a gentleman named Theo. Theo Baloyi started what is known as Batu Sneakers. He was a young gentleman, former accountant, took his life savings and started building a sneaker company. And this is within the past 5 years. So Nike and Adidas already existed. But he said, no, there's something I can bring to the African market. In the middle of a parking lot, this unknown man pitches to Somizi, at the time, the biggest and wealthiest celebrity in SADC. If you could just wear my sneaker. And even if I don't need you to even post it, just wear it. He pitched in a parking lot. He had his goods in the boot of his car. He didn't know he was going to meet Somizi, but he came prepared. Gave him the sneakers, fast forward. Somizi took the sneakers, threw them away for a year or two, wore them 2 years later, was like, these are really comfortable. There and then, their partnership commenced. He now owns the fastest growing brand in the country. He's won the All Africa Business Leadership Awards. He's got 34 stores. And he's in the top 5% of recognized brands in SADC because he was willing to pitch in a parking lot. How many of you are going to see people who could change your destiny and you say, hey, now's not the right time, maybe next week, where are you going to see them again? He's done very, very well. So what he found in Somizi, in essence, is a sponsor. So if we can go to the next slide. Ladies and gents, a sponsor can change the trajectory of your life and your career. A sponsor is your brand advocate. It is someone who is more powerful than you, that when they walk into rooms and they say your name, people listen. A good example of when we think about sponsor, I want you to think this, Apple. You guys know Apple, right? If I said next week, iPhone 30 is coming out, everywhere around the world, in snow, in sunshine, in sleet, in rain, people are going to sleep outside. Do you think Steve Jobs was going to pay them for doing that? No. But the experience they have with Apple is so intense that they believe in the brand, so they advocate for the brand. Who outside of you is willing to sleep outside for your business, for your product? It means you need to start creating those kind of experiences that makes them love your product and your services. So, I'm a coach, so we can't end this conversation without a little bit of homework. So can we go to the next slide? So I'm going to ask you to do this. If you haven't already, conduct a competitor analysis. Who in the world is doing what you're doing? Who is better at it? What can you learn? 2, what is the value you're bringing? You might be essential like water, but they don't see you as valued as diamonds. How do you start speaking to people that they can see the value that you bring? Then practice pitching your business. I want you to think, yo, I'm in the parking lot, this is my chance. I'm in the airport lounge, this could be my chance. Practice, practice, practice pitching your business. Okay, so with that said, I've got a few questions for you. Question number 1, who has a business here? Can I see your hand up? Okay, hands are up, awesome. Who would like to come pitch for 1 minute right now? Lady in the green, please come.
My name is Irene Naroga. I'm the Managing Director of Women to Uganda. And we organize safaris to Uganda for solo women travelers. We also organize safaris for women all over the world. We also have the Go Girl Holidays. It's a company that organizes holidays for Ugandan and African women abroad. Thank you.
Girls, we run this mother. So, I thought that was fantastic. Don't you think that was fantastic? But I'm going to be amiss without asking you to come back. When we pitch, we need a call to action. Eh? They now know your name. Where must they find you? We want to chop money now.
My call to action, we are exhibiting thanks to the Innovation Week. We're exhibiting down there. Our stall is down, Women Tour Uganda. And we welcome you all, ladies. Come, let's have fun together. Please support us. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Thank you so much. So, when I asked how many of us have businesses, 3/4 of the room, hands went up. When I said, let's pitch, hands went down. For me, this is important. If you don't start sponsoring yourself and being your own brand ambassador, your business is never going to succeed. And I want to speak specifically to the ladies in the room here. I understand it's challenging. Often, us having to be here and speak up is unlearning what we're told at home. Me, I grew up in a very traditional family where you don't even look at my father in the eye. Where if you try to speak, they're like, Vumi, we'll get you. It's polite to keep quiet and be a lady. It's polite, but it will lead you all the way to being broke. You'll be broke and polite. I'd rather be a little bit louder and very wealthy. We spoke a little bit about unemployment. Africa, no one is coming to save us, we're it. If you don't start thinking about your business in a manner that in the future we're creating jobs for those coming behind us, we're never going to catch up with everybody else. We'll have the largest population, but also the largest unemployed population. And I really do believe that the people in this room are the answer to some of that. So, a quick summary of what I'm asking you to do. Number one, next slide, have a mind shift. What conversation do you need to have with yourself to shift how you view things? Is it polite and broke, or is it a little louder and impactful and wealthier? Number two, speak up. When given an opportunity, seize that opportunity. And last but not least, be an ambassador for yourself. Teach people how to market your product by marketing it yourself. And never forget your call to action. So, with that said, please can I ask everyone, specifically the entrepreneurs in the room, and more importantly, the ladies in the room, if you're an entrepreneur, stand up. I'm going to ask you to make a promise to yourself now, okay? If we can go to the next slide, I'd like you to repeat after me. I'd like you to take your right hand, put it over your heart. Are you ready? Say after me, I pledge to be intentional about seizing opportunities. I will speak up more. I will shift my mindset. From your mouth to God's ears may it be done. Amen.
Girls, we run this mother.
Vumi, that was the right song for you, but you told us to seize the opportunity that's right in front of us. We'd like to seize it and ask you to take a seat. You came all the way from South Africa through Rwanda. We cannot underutilize you. We cannot allow you to speak for just 30 minutes and go back with all the wisdom that you have. So I'm going to give an opportunity to anyone in the room who might have a question. If there is no one in the room with a question, I'm happy to take the opportunity, to seize the opportunity, and ask my own questions. The lady with the microphone, I see two hands. We'll take those two hands. I know people usually take their time about putting up their hands as they gather their courage. There's a lady at the back, there's a gentleman here. A few questions for Vumi. Vumi, allow us to do this, please.
Please.
Please give the microphone. Please make your questions, get to the point. So we're taking up a lot of our time.
Right. Hi, darling. Mariam Nalumansi again. Can we do lunch?
Definitely. I only leave tomorrow evening. So we can definitely do lunch.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Run with the microphone to the next person. There's a gentleman at the front here. Please run with the microphone to the gentleman at the front. I'll take another hand if there's another one. So if you I'll know where to find you.
Thank you. My name is Yesija Brown Bravo. Mine is a special vote of thanks to the lady. And I think she's the greatest asset that we've had in this. And I would say, if hired, I would request NSSF or whatever organization, hire this lady every year, give 2 days of closed engagement with her, with the ladies. She's talking about brands. I own a brand as Bravo Shoes, okay? I started it when I was 20 years. I'm 43. Whatever she's been speaking about branding, we have not branded ourselves, guys. Brand yourself. She has spoken, you've spoken my heart. And I would best, if I could afford as a brand, I would have hired her from South Africa to come and train us about branding. And when we talk about branding, when she was talking about, the real branding, she has given us, case studies. I would briefly, just give me 1 minute, to give you the difference between a product and a commodity. Most of us, we're all running about selling commodities, but we don't know the difference between a commodity and a product. If you go to KFC, the product of KFC is the lead time. The time you order and the time they deliver to you. That's a product of KFC. If we go to Cafe Java's, the product of Cafe Java's is that when you order your breakfast, after receiving your breakfast, the manager comes to you and says, "Madam, is the food nice?" That is the product of KFC. of Cafe Javas. So if you differentiate between the two, these companies are selling products, not commodities. All entrepreneurs are after selling products. Can you sell a product, but not a commodity? Can you identify a product of your business, not the commodity? Thank you so much in a special way.
Thank you so much, sir.
Vumi, he spoke about branding, and I wanted you to actually expound on that while the person with the microphone moves to the next one. Yes, so while they're moving to him, I'll ask my question. We start businesses and we don't brand them, or we think we are branding them, but we're not really branding them. The lady that came from World Tour Uganda, I'm sure you all saw how she was dressed. It immediately makes me think about Uganda. Her top is part of the culture wear for the Baganda, but it immediately made me think about that. And I'm wondering, can you give us a few pointers on what branding yourself actually looks like, even as we take the next question?
So the key to branding is consistency, and I think I was talking to Julian about this hair has become a part of my brand. I've noticed when I come with braids, everyone's like, no, that's not Vumi Msweli. The hair is part of it. You will never see an image of me not in African print. And the reason is part of my business brand is we are a pan-African business firm. So I can't say I'm African and then say, oh, no, thanks, just on Tuesdays. So it is about consistency. The third is also about how does your messaging relay? So if you Google me now, whether I'm speaking to a publication in Zambia, I'm speaking to a publication in Nigeria or the US, it is consistency. Because often we think, oh no, I've said this thing once, they must know. If you think about a billboard, do you know, on average, you will have to go past a billboard 20 times before you see it. 20 times. You speak to your client once and you think they must remember. That's not how that works. Branding is consistency in messaging, in appearance, and what you want people to remember about you when you've left. So for me, that's how I view branding.
Thank you. Let's take that question. Does he have the microphone? All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Francis Okello. I founded a company called Palasco House. It is headquartered in Jinja. I do business training and consultancy. I've also written a book here called Starting Your Own Business, A Road to Financial Independence. I'm soon going into printing and publishing. Thank you so much. My question is, it was said that businesses in Uganda don't reach their first birthday. But I don't think there has been enough research to find out a few reasons for that. But what I've known is that break-even in business is same as breakthrough. How do you see this concept of break-even? What do you have to tell the entrepreneurs about breaking even in business? How do you break even? Because after you have broken even, then you break through. But there's also breaking down. So can you please take over from there? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So the accountant, like I mentioned, I'm an accountant by trade, often is obsessed with the numbers. But the reality is for the numbers to get to where it is that you're wanting to be is about consistency, and it's about putting in the hard yards. The problem in Africa is this, and it's not just a Ugandan problem, is we expect miracles within a year. We don't realize that Twitter still has not made a profit. We are here trying to build multinational businesses with a survivalist mindset. A lot of us are in business to put food on the table, not to build a legacy. And the businesses we see 100 years on are businesses that had a strategy in the long term. So my own personal strategy was this. I very rarely share this, but because I'm here in Uganda. When I started my business, Hesed, the first thing I did was I went into retail. So I could make sure money's coming in every single day with small goods and services, small goods. So I don't make a decision about Hesed when I'm hungry, that I forget my mind and forget the strategy. So sometimes as an entrepreneur, you might need to diversify for you to make it to the next 5 years, 10 years. If I had made the decision based on my first 3 years' performance, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't. My business started as a side hustle. It's only in the 5th year of my business that I could take over full-time. And even with full-time, I had to diversify. I didn't win Google over as a client in the first year. That happened in year 8. When they're like, this one's been around now, we can trust her. So you have to quickly decide as an entrepreneur, what are you willing to put at the table of sacrifice for this vision? Because the vision may tarry, but it will come to pass. You need to hold on to it. And the holding on is not easy. I told you, I had cars repossessed. I had my father saying to me, hey, this thing in Joburg is not working, come home to Zululand. And I had to say no. So the breakthrough, even before break even, happens in your mind. You have to hold on here. The pitching is easier at times to outside people than it is to yourself. So for me, that's where you win it. You win it in your mind first. Then say, if I was not trying to do this to survive, what are the decisions I would make? Then start creating those within your own business. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, Vumi. I'll let you go back to your seat. Those of you that did not seize the opportunity when I asked at the first, I apologize. I will not be giving you time to speak to her. We're going to move on, but make use of Vumi before she leaves the room. We're going into a panel session. Yes, please, a round of applause. We're going into a panel session, and it's going to be moderated by Angie Kerubo from MasterCard Foundation, Uganda. She's the MSMS partner. And as Angie makes her way to the front, I'll tell you a bit about her. She oversees a portfolio of programs with MasterCard Foundation partners in Uganda under the Young Africa Works strategy, and that focuses on providing financial and non-financial support to MSMEs. She has 10 years experience working with micro, small, and growing enterprises to prepare for growth and investment, supporting impact investors and development organizations to place high impact on catalytic funding, implement practical and scalable solutions for social and economic growth in Africa. The panel is going to be on why the focus on women entrepreneurship. Angie, you'll call up your panel and you can start the session. You can use that microphone so that they can just come and sit there.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Sorry, Angie. Vumi, was this yours? Okay, great.
Allow me to be the little dictator. Prefer to stand. Okay, so I know you have a lot of questions, so we're going to have a wonderful session. Allow me to invite my panelists today, starting with Mr. High Innovator, as we call him, but our team lead, Patrick Ayota, who's the Deputy Managing Director of NSSF Uganda. Hand clap, guys. The second panelist is Richard Zulu, who is the lead Outbox Uganda Limited. The third panelist is Barbara Kasekende, who is the head business advisory at Uganda Development Bank. Come on, guys, we can do a much better hand clap. And the fourth panelist is Madame Catherine Nantongo, who is the founder of Ubuntu Bwakasalina. And Ubuntu is a company, she's an entrepreneur. It's a company that manufactures health and nutritious snacks. And fun fact, and actually not fun fact, unique fact, she's the first woman entrepreneur beneficiary of High Innovator when it began. Great. Wow. It's something to come from Vumi. I know, Patrick. I might start with you, but it's a lot. No pressure, no pressure. Actually, let me start with Catherine. We had an amazing discussion from Vumi, a really wonderful keynote speech, follow-up questions about entrepreneurship and the journey. And we want to hear from you. As an entrepreneur, women entrepreneurs have had challenges with mobility, with time, with confidence. How have you been able over the years to overcome all these barriers? And could you share with us your story? Just press the button.
Thank you so much. This is a great opportunity to be here. It is so good to have the chance to talk to all of you. As Angie has said, I have been an entrepreneur for probably 7 years, but I have been with my snacks that I make for about 5 years. How have I made it here? As Vumi will tell you, you just wake up every day and you make the next step. There's no giving up. It is hard, very hard, and as you grow, you have to keep letting go of so many of the structures that you've set in place so that you can, like you let go of one rung so you can hold the other. So it takes a lot of courage and self-belief, but these are all things that you're not born with courage, you build courage. You're not born with resilience, you build resilience. So what I would say is I've been prepared to learn and to wake up every day and know that the vision that I'm envisioning is going to happen. How is something I work on every day, but the confidence that it is going to happen remains.
And Catherine, a quick follow-up question on fundraising, because we're here to talk about access to finance, which is a typical challenge. And I love that you said you've built resilience. But how did you make your first billion, as Vumi said? How did you first do your first fundraising? How has that process been, and what barriers have you been able to overcome?
So, and I'm glad today we're here talking specifically about women entrepreneurship, because for women, entrepreneurship is not like all of the structures are set up for men to be the entrepreneur. So all the, like from childhood, when you're born, you're not expected to grow up to be an entrepreneur as a woman. That is the guy's job. So even what he's exposed to as a child, if dad is going to go and make, like, say, a deal or go to the garage or build a construction project, normally he'll take the boys. So for women, entrepreneurship sort of just happens and you're learning in the dark. Fundraising happens out of desperation, to be honest. At that point, you've probably tapped out your entire family, you've tapped out all your friends, if you're lucky that you even have these people in your ecosystem. And then you start looking for places like High Innovator. And then, in fact, I feel like most people who get into this orbit there's a lot of desperation involved, but then desperation is good. It forces you to stand up and take stock and do what you need to do. What you don't want is to remain constantly in desperation, which is what I hope that High Innovator and these sort of programs are here to do. Because what happens, there's a lot of programs that come in and they're like, okay, we're going to give you $5,000, or we're going to give you 1 million. In fact, there's some that are like, oh, we're going to give you 1 million shillings. They give you the money, and then they come back a year later, and they're like, what? Why are your sales like this? Why hasn't this happened? Why hasn't that happened? It's true. And the truth is, the minute you elevate that person, everyone that they tapped out is then now as if like, hey. And when that person, when you start getting empowered, because remember, you are probably disempowered in some state if you don't have any access, yet you have a good idea. So all of those places that were taking your power, when you start taking it back, you have to fight them. You have to fight them for it. So many structures. Vumi mentioned, she glossed over it, but I'm hoping, she said a few years later, my mother saw the house, and then she was like, you're a coach. What she has not told you is the mental and emotional strife of going through those few years. I feel like a lot of accelerators, a lot of these things look at what is the structure of the business. Does she know how to do bookkeeping? Is she good at sales? For women, you also have to look at those structures in those places where they are. If you pour a fertilizer, however much money you fundraise, if you're not taking time to deal with that mental and emotional side, success is difficult. So for me, therapy even. Like, no, seriously. Like, the toughness of entrepreneurship is mental and emotional. It's not, it sounds like it should be, oh, I don't have money to do this thing, but it's not, like the lack of support in the whole system.
Yeah.
So in terms of tackling fundraising, in the beginning, yeah, you shoot at everything and hope that you gain. And then as you become better, you educate yourself, you start targeting a bit more clearly. You raise your profile and you find yourself on panels like this, knowing full well you're trying to fundraise, and you know that now you have connections and they know you're there. So this is what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barbara, let me come to you. She's talked about funding. I'm going to put you on the spot. So the Uganda Development Bank has a strong focus on investing in women entrepreneurs. In your experience to date, what are some of the barriers from where you sit to women accessing finance, and how has UDB adapted to address these barriers? And Barbara, we want to challenge you. You know, when you do a quick Google search, I think we've done a good job to talk about the barriers. We want to know the ones that we don't know. You can add some context to Uganda. So yeah, over to you.
Wow, how much time do I have for that question? But thank you for that. One thing I have to say, ladies, we are strong. We have very strong spirits, okay? But coming from a bank's perspective, before I even talk about Uganda Development Bank and the products we offer, it's not about the product. The product we deal with is the woman we're dealing with. We toured the country the last 2 months, that's August and September, and one of the sad facts is we met close to 500 businesses. Of those 500 businesses, only 30% were women enterprises. 30% were women enterprises. The rest were all men. Men, we love you. It's nice, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. But I can tell you, one of the biggest things that we've seen, even as a bank, that I think a lot of financial institutions have not looked at, and I'm glad you pointed it out. When we look at businesses, we take everybody in the same bracket, which is okay. But women are different. The truth is, women are dealing with societal issues. That's one. And we've seen that, because you'll have a woman, she wants a facility, then she tell you, but my husband, you know, those are the issues. The issues we always go back home. Every time we've had to deal with women enterprises. So it has nothing to do with the fact that they cannot access the financing, but the societal barriers are crazy. I call them naysayers. Women, we know who the naysayers are. The networks we are in. Most of the women will tell you, Madam, I know I can do this, but I don't think I can. You see? So our issues with women have a lot more to do with our change of mindset. Our belief in self, that we can do it. Also the difference between our social, our home networks, and our business. Unfortunately, as women, and I'm being very, now you told me to tell you out of the bank, we put that together. When we come, you come as a mother, as a businesswoman, you come as one unit. And as a financial entity, especially a development bank, I am supposed to understand that unit. So when we talk about even partnerships with the NSSF High Innovator, some of the things, and Zulu knows when I look at the curriculum, I say there's nothing here about self. How does a woman get to break down herself to understand that in spite, these many things like you have mentioned, I can still be able to make it as an entrepreneur, as a business woman. So our issues are as women, as incubators, those who know me know that I say this a lot, we are incubators. Everything we get, we incubate and we keep it, it grows, and it affects all our decisions, including the business decisions. So from my perspective, a lot of those barriers, even for things that we are going to do under the High Innovator, have to address that strongly. Then the rest, business processes, what can come. Otherwise, all those things won't happen until we address that part of the woman. And gentlemen, That's what makes women unique. Because for you, a business is a business. So mchala, right? And that's what makes it different. Whereas for us, my husband, my kids, they're my best friends. So, and those are the things in this program we have to tackle. Because ladies, we have to get away from that.
Thank you, Barbara. Patrick, during the launch, and very related to what Barbara said, women entrepreneurs are going to be the focus of High Innovator in our year 3. So what are we doing differently? With related to what she talked about, our selection, our criteria, what should we do differently and what are we going to do differently this year?
I think, to be honest, as a man, I'm going to tell you, we don't quite understand you women. And that's the truth.
Anyway.
We love you still. So we kind of recognize that from the beginning, and you've been where we tried to bring the women to that as we're trying to plan this, because we recognize that we didn't understand that, and we'll do more listening. And it's a bit of a quandary that we face, and we had this discussion in the office. Just forget about even entrepreneurship in the workplace. We found an interesting statistic. The women come in, they're almost at par with the guys. The biology takes over. Then as you come to the senior level management, they're left behind. So we said, how do we close this gap that when she goes through the biological changes, the requirements of the family, when she's done with that, that gap is narrower than we did. We haven't cracked it yet. And there's a guy who just told us an interesting thing. And it was, for you guys who grew up, I grew up with my grandmother, some frail old woman. But we call her terrorist. All the boys in that home, including her husband, once she walked in, everybody straightened out. And she did this until she died. She just commanded our respect, and she did it. And if you look at it, it's replicated home after home. This powerful being that is around us. Many of you who read the Bible, it's a very interesting one. A virtuous woman who can find Proverbs 15:31, correct? What's that woman doing? Everything. She's considering, she's buying it, she's trading, she's looking at the house, she's doing everything. Where is the man? At the gate, shooting the breeze with half his fellow men. What happens? And to me, what happened in that process? Why is there a disconnect between that woman, my grandmother, and me, the entrepreneur that I need to work with? I have no answer. I don't know. The point is, it is within you, sitting in this room, to look deep at yourself. The mindset change. I say, take the courage, take the first step, try it. Because it's only when you try that you know you will fail. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. So, Richard, you were here, you talked about the criteria, but with Startup Uganda, with the Uganda Innovation Week, the reason why we want to take the stage today is because of the very big gender funding gap we see globally and also in Uganda. So, in your perspective, what strategies can entrepreneur support organizations or incubators, as we know them, as well as investors, what strategies can we implement to close this gender funding gap for women entrepreneurs in Uganda?
So entrepreneurship support organizations and investors. And we've had very many discussions around this. But what we came to the realization is that we believe the key is in the home. Going to Patrick's point, and we've had very many discussions around it, it's very easy for us to sit in our companies and say, this is how we are going to structure the workplace to encourage more women to stay. When they are having their maternity, maybe they are working remotely, so forth and so on. But we still believe these are not easy answers, because we have to go back to the home and try to empathize and deeply understand what a day in the life looks like. So when we host these boot camps and all that, you see women who have traveled coming in with their children to attend a training, coming in with their house helps. And we all know this, right? It might look costly that as a woman is in the business, she can't do the online course. As a woman is where she can't, she has all these distractions. And I think for me, the key is how the business development support, that various entrepreneurship support organizations, how do we put that into consideration? Right now we have a deadline, Jan 31st. This must have happened, right? But how are we working with our partners to ensure that all these time and mobility constraints, for instance, are taken into consideration? That's a very big gap, and I think it will take some time as we keep learning and listening for us to really adapt to how best these gender inclusive practices can be. And I think it starts by looking at the home and working our way upwards. It's not just about putting certain structures and having a box. There is a lot of unsaid norms around that subject. The second, when it comes to entrepreneurship support organizations that we've seen when it comes to unlocking financing, we normally talk to a few investors or potential financing partners. And some of the things they raise are the businesses you're referring to me do not meet what I'm looking for. Yeah. So these guys have their data. They know agricultural businesses that do this, look like this. This is the industry average. So you sit very well, you do your financial model, and it's so off with the industry average. And they say, what is this person selling that is so off? So we need to spend more time talking to the Barbaras. We really try to talk to them. And we're trying as much as possible to get that information out of them in terms of how we can support people like Catherine. If you look at also how the products are structured, on Barbara's side, are they really, and this is what I wanted to hear, are they really speaking to the woman? The woman struggles with collateral. There are all these challenges that access to finance asks for, and it's labeled woman loan or something. But when we deep dive into that, has it really taken into consideration what other aspects around credit can you use to score the worthiness of someone like Catherine? Let's say she belongs to a circle, she has all this, she has very nice intellectual property and all these very interesting things that build her capital. How can she use such to access a loan from the likes of Barbara? And I think we really have to self-reflect whether these products, we know they are the standards, but how we're influencing and tailoring those guidelines to really attend to the women. So I could go on and on, but there is a lot of tailoring and looking at the household that is required from both the investor side and the way entrepreneurship support organizations really try to support the women entrepreneurs.
And if you would allow me to just add a bit on that. The truth is, we are still discovering what works for the woman in regards to the products. Of course, as Uganda Development Bank, we do have the Women Prosper loans. One thing I can tell you for a fact that we changed, by the way, maybe just to explain if I have just 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda Development Bank is very different from a commercial bank. Okay? We are a development arm that's an investment arm of government. So we are not transactional. Tetugulawa account. We invest in your business. So when you come, wherever you are is where you stay, but we'll look at your business and see how well we can invest in it. When you look at what we offer women, we've just done this in the last 8 months. As a bank, we also went on ground to listen to some of the issues women have, and we are still evolving. As we speak now, in the last 8 months, we've given out facilities, I think around 30 billion worth of facilities towards this kind of group, or this, what we would call this segment. But ladies, I can tell you one thing. It is very important for us to belong to things like circles and associations. Because as a bank, we know you might not have the financial capacity to come get a loan from Uganda Development Bank, because we start at 50 million, which could be a bit big for some of the investments. However, if you belong to a circle, and the circle can actually salvage such a loan, your circle or association can come and be able to get funding from us, then it can trickle down funding to its what? To its members. That one I think we had discussed, which is one area where we can discuss. Another one, if you're especially in the agricultural space, because one of our products is, well, it's agriculture end to end, from pre to post. Agriculture along the way as a bank, we have to be aligned to the national's agenda, to the nation's agenda. And right now, agriculture is the big focus. So if you're in agriculture, we are in business, okay? So if you're looking for equipment, for example, especially as women, we can take your equipment as collateral for your factory. Another thing, if you're purchasing land for your business, we can help you purchase that land for your business to be able to happen on that particular piece of land. So there are so many things we can do as a bank to help your business thrive. But as always, Zulu, why we have partners like you, why we have business advisory and things like that is we need to put you at a level where you can absorb debt. Banja. At the end of the day, you have to pay it back. As much as we are women, everybody, women, when you, it is a loan. You have to pay it back. So we have to make you ready to be able to absorb the loan and pay it back. I just wanted to stress that.
Sorry. Sorry, Angie, could I please say something? Thank you.
Maybe Catherine, as you're coming in, we're going to take some questions from the audience. So if you have, I don't know who has the microphone, you could go around. And also some questions if there are any online. Okay, thank you. Catherine?
Okay, thank you so much for saying all of that. I think I was invited here to represent women entrepreneurs as the first woman to go through the High Innovator program picked by Patrick and a group about a few years ago. They will know that they have been preparing me all of this time. I have a product. I'm in value addition. My product is practically ready for export. Monique, kindly step up and bring some samples of our product while I speak. For the whole of this year, I have been trying to raise funding. I have been to many people, including UDB. I have access to, when my father passed away, and my father was the biggest champion for my business. When he passed away, he left me land that is worth enough money, but the government requires me to pay a tax. It requires me to pay a tax on this. So that requires an investment on my part in order to get land that could raise me money from UDB. I have been to UDB, I have applied to that special program that you mentioned, and indeed, the issue that my title had, my deceased father's name, became an issue. This was in the summer, in July. So we have been, since July, we have been trying to work with whatever land board, whatever, and we're still here looking for money. I have approached previous partners. I'm in partnership with Outbox, and I'm in partnership with NSSF, having been invested in before.
Okay.
When I approached UDB, I even requested to be part of a mentorship program that is mentioned on the website, but I was told it's not happening. So here I am, a year later, still looking for cash. If me, with all of the privileges and advantages that seem clear from you even just looking at me, how is a lady, say, in Luwero somewhere, you know, in a family of 20, supposed to come and believe that the support is actually there? Because I am sitting here telling you it has been a real struggle.
Barbara, let me save you some time to take some really good notes for that answer. I think we have some questions that will come to you. So please take some notes. We might have some that are related to access to finance. So let me see. Who has the microphone? So there's a lady here. The one at the back with a black top and polka dot had her hand up first. Do we have someone with a microphone?
Thank you very much. One of the typical women that has been talked about, the gentleman from NSSF, yes, we are there. Barbara, we are always a package and a unit and incubating. I've listened to Barbara a number of times and she talks about incubation. That is what we exactly are. I was working, employed, had my firstborn, who was mistreated by a maid, couldn't speak, and started falling sick. The first time he fell sick and even convulsed in my hands, I thought my son was dead. My husband was out of the country. And the CEO said, you cannot spend a night in hospital and you don't work the following day. Why don't you let your husband take care of the child and you come and attend to company business? If you can't, then let someone else do the job. I had to make a choice and resign. I took care of that boy, took care of my 2 other boys at home for 12 years until my last born was in P1. I started business. I thank God I rate it as business success because I've seen steps of success. Then I come to Barbara, UDB, not Barbara per se, but UDB. And they tell me, you know, we cannot buy land for you. But here comes a COVID recovery something, and they come telling us what she has exactly said, promoting that product as they can buy land for women. We don't have security, but they say we can buy for you land, we shall hold the land title, la 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 la. So I go back and say, this is very lovely. Here I am. I get this loans officer. Barbara, you always talk about them. And he shows me, yes, you can. This product is for you. At one time, he says, you need Corato. And I told them, but this is what it wasn't. It wasn't like this in the beginning. He said, no, you have to find Corato because your business is doing well. We can give you money. We can buy you land. We can build you a factory. And that was my dream. I deal in shea butter extraction. I rent premises. Just last month when I was in a season, they moved me. They doubled my rent. So I had to move from one place to another. So they told me we can get you this land. I was so excited. I went out, looked for land, valued land, put in money. 3 pieces, because I would come back and they said, no, this is one. Finally, they told me when the panel sat, yes, I had gone and begged my husband to give me Corato. And I brought a bond, on which bond is my name, but the money is not mine. This is my family money, let's say. Okay, I'm also there. And then they were like, how can she have all this money bonded and she didn't buy land? So we don't buy land. We can give running capital. And then you are, first of all, they had told us you can pay in 8 to 10 years, 12%. And they recommend, they now give me 4 million to be paid back in 18 months. Honestly. I declined it, and the loans officer was saying, you see, if you decline this, you'll never come back and get a loan. I said, it is well. Let me go look for money. If I ever buy land, I'll come back. Because indeed, that's what he said. Buy land, develop it a little, and come back. So how are you helping me, the package of this woman? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, you know, we don't have a lot of time and we want all the questions answered. So may I suggest that you keep it brief? Just say, my name is Angie, I'm from the MasterCard Foundation, and then address the questions to the particular panelists. Barbara, I have this and this question. so that we can keep it short. So I think it's very related to the product. So that's for Barbara. Again, please keep it short so we can take a few questions. There's the lady in the black and gray right next to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank NSSF for prioritizing a woman. I'm a leader and a business person. And then I believe that information is power. But how many women have this power? How many women get information like we are getting it right now? If you want to see true entrepreneurs, go to markets. A woman that can have capital of 20,000 but survives with a family of, like, let me say 8 children. So I don't know whether I'm asking the wrong people, but what our panelists, one of our guests from the South Africa told us that the people that are willing to support you are in the rooms that you're walking in every day. Do we have a strategy, or do we have a plan for the woman down there that has no access to a room like this to listen to such panelists discussing this important information? Thank you very much.
Great question. Patrick or Richard, would you like to get, we would like to take that question. You take
Yes, actually, one of the most interesting things we found out a lot, and we are going to try and pilot it. Last week, I think, Richard, it was last Thursday, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we went to Lira, a village called Bar, I think, about 30 kilometers from Lira, deep in the village. And we went to meet a group of women who have created an association. Now, these women are doing something very interesting. They basically produce shea butter oil. But they gather the seeds, crush those seeds, I know they had seeds, manually. I mean, they just pound it, then they heat it, and then they grind what comes out with to produce the oil. A very, very tedious manual process. And our reason of going there was for you guys who you think you're a bit elevated, okay? You're in Kampala, you know how to read and write, so it's easier to deal with you. But here are a group of women who are not even educated. How then do we reach them? So we're trying to run a pilot where we can then begin to deal with not just individual entrepreneurs, but maybe deal with them in an association. So that for a group like that, if we can intervene and bring a machine, we'll actually increase their production by like 10 times. But not just that, because they're in the village, we have now to figure out the marketing arm of their business. Who do we bring so that they can produce and there is enough taker that goes over that, so that cycle continues. So as we do that, we then would have figured out a pilot. So when you go to the marketplace, you're not dealing with that lady as a single. You can now deal with a group of women together, because that's a group that we hadn't tapped into, and yet they actually have a lot of potential in terms of what we do.
Let me Barbara, take the question from at the back, and Catherine.
Yeah, and maybe before, I just wanted to touch on to that. I remember I talked about that if you belong to an association or a circle, those are institutions that we can fund as Uganda Development Bank. Actually, I just wanted to mention a project we've done. To the young lady's question, there's a group called Unitrust in Luwero, okay? Unitrust has over 37 other associations under it. Those are 1,000 women. The association came over, we took them through what they needed to do. All they grow is pineapples. That is, I think, one of their main things, pineapples. And we are supporting them with working capital of around 65 million shillings. So it is possible. We can't be everywhere, but you women in this room are our advocates. Because if I train one person and she belongs to these kinds of groups, you can then be our advocates in those spaces. I just wanted to bring that point forward. Beatrix, please stand up. I didn't move alone. In some areas, I might not be the kafulu, I have to admit. As she's standing up, to the two ladies, I humbly apologize. To anyone who has had that treatment, I humbly apologize that you did not get the service you were looking for. A lot of what has been said looks like there was a communication gap. and probably the wrong product was given for the wrong thing, and communication gap. This lady here is in charge of the women's portfolio at Uganda Development Bank. In fact, I brought her here, so any issues you have, even if it's a file that's pending, she's in charge of that portfolio. I didn't travel alone. My job is to teach you how to do business right. Her job is to underwrite and ensure you get money in your account. Okay?
We shall get her desk outside there.
Yeah, thank you. And ladies, I hear you with all the frustrations, especially when it comes to access to finance. We want to use the opportunity today to hear from you. So come up with some ideas. Like in your issue, there was an issue about some legalities, the process, communication. Give us the idea. If there's anything you've seen from the team, we want to learn. So come up with the ideas. We are all here today, so we'd like to hear them. There's so many hands, but there's a lady here, and then there's, I think, 2 more ladies there, and Dr. Gudula, yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all who are in this room. I first thank God that I'm here today. Amen. I just was invited yesterday at MOPS to register for this program. I did, and I was told to come today. I have a question concerning the age. The age of 18 to 55 is the age group bracket in Uganda. And that is the very energetic group, very energetic. They have all. But my problem is in business, it's not easy for that age. Because they lack finances, they are looking toward families, getting married, and they have a lot at their bracket. I am Florence Okot, the Managing Director of Yellow Star, Produce and Food Processors. I want to tell Barbara, I'm one of the ladies who got a loan from UDB, yes. Agricultural loan.
Something positive.
So how did I get it? They spoke to here about registration and having your documentation is very important for business. You are not going to jump to get anybody give you money without documentation, without complying to what the system of Uganda is. You have to comply. NSSF, you have to pay, and most business people will run away from that. And today's business, you cannot run away there, and you will not go ahead. So for the young people, you need a lot of information searching. You need a lot of formulation. You need a lot for your business to stand. People will look for you. They will look for you. You will not even look for them. So my main question is, in all what we are doing, let's look at this age bracket. Because they're not going to have collateral. I started business. I worked in an organization for 25 years. I started a business. The first person to close my business was my husband. Why? I had young children. I had a hotel. I'm there in the hotel. The child is crying at home. The child is sick. They need you. I'm like, what should I do? The maid cannot care. My husband told me, go home and have a rest. I went to the village. When I came back from the village, I found the hotel was closed. Everything was back at home. Said, I want you to be a housewife. You're already working. Do that work. Said, I'm not a beggar. I can't all the time give me this, give me this, give me this, and I have my mothers to help. You will not support my siblings. I'm going to look for a business. That's when I started adding value to grains and cereals. And I started working with the grass women from northern Uganda. I come from northern Uganda, and these were the women who came to Kampala because of running away from coin. So I was working at Uganda Episcopal Conference as a coordinator of orphans and vulnerable children. I used my office to do what? To help the women, and that's how I started my business. I became a market for the cereals, and then I added value and started working on nutrition and selling to them. And that took me a step, and I got innovation like this. I registered in 2014. They told me, register your business. I went and registered my business. I went through mentorship. Incubation, I did a lot, and it led for me a way until I formulated everything in my business. Now, the next step I'm looking at is marketing my business and taking my business somewhere. UDB, when I was told, I went there. I had all the documentation. It didn't take me time. That was 2020, and Corona got me there. My friend is Alex Asava, was the person I was given. She walked me through. They saw my business was so nice, and they said, we are giving you 2 billion. But once they calculated it, I saw I could not pay that. From 2 billion, I came to 1 billion. From 1 billion, I stepped to 500 million. Then I took 500 million, I put in my structure. It's not easy to pay a loan and what the business is there. I'm struggling, but I still go to the bank. So as we are working, looking at the young ladies, looking at the young people, let us put in mind that they still have a lot to go in business. And you need to help them go slow, grow slow, and see them growing. There is no hurry. You cannot run. There is always running and crawling and falling and getting up. That's how your business will go. I have talked many things, but my question is, how are we going to support the young women?
Thank you, Florence. Thank you. So we have 10 minutes, please. Yeah? Please, I'm asking you question, panelists, so that we can grab a few minutes to wrap up properly. Thank you, Florence, for being a catalyst, as Vumi said. There's the lady in red. Just name question, please, and then to ask the panelists. And then, Richard, I may ask you to cover that question about just a quick recap on how we're helping women from Florence.
My name is Maureen. I hail from Masindi, Ganjana Bakeries. And my question is in regard to the post-loan period. Many of the women lose the money to the men after that. Are there measures put in place? Otherwise, you find things like we need a joint account, or they pass on the responsibilities of the home. Thank you.
That was fast. Please, that was very fast. Okay. Please recap your question again.
Post-period. You get the money, you have the business running, and the men want to take the money after that, asking for joint accounts or passing on the home responsibilities so that you can take care of them. How do you address that?
Okay, so how do you manage funding? Once it's come to your account and the vault come, how do you manage that? I don't know, Barbara or Catherine, anyone want to take that? Another question, maybe, yes, there's a lady in white. We'll take that as the last question. Oh, sorry. That and then Dr. Gudula, yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I'm glad she asked a very important question about the young women. And my question is also in that direction. We have the youth, the young students that are still studying, but apparently the unemployment rate is increasing. And this year we expect it to rise to about 3.1%. What is our plan for the graduates? Is there a way this hub or the innovation village could go to these universities? They talk to them maybe in their last phases or final phases of study and encourage them to become entrepreneurs, because this is the only way we can phase up unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that covers how we're going to support young women. Lastly, Dr. Gudula.
Thank you very much for favoring me. I'm a social entrepreneur and I've been in business for the last 12 years. But I'm going to speak from my experience as chairperson for Uganda Women Entrepreneurs for 6 years, some time back. I noticed 3 things that I think are important for us to focus on when we are talking about women. One, there is no one going to give you a lift when you are not moving. Having a dream, no one will give you a lift. They give you a lift because you are going somewhere. Number two, no one is going to forgive us when we start starving from the granary. There are things we are claiming are challenges, but actually the solution is within. So make sure we are so alert to see where the solutions are. The last one, there is no one going to keep for us a cake when the people on the table don't have enough slice. We have to find ourselves on the table. How do we find ourselves on the table? We have talked about information, but what information? There is information about market, yes, about market. I am one of those people who was very excited about exporting. I started saying, I'm going to export to Kenya, I'm going to export here and here. But I had to step back and say, let me just do a market study. I drove all throughout East Africa, only to find there is a big market with a small margin. So what information are we looking for as women? We should be looking for information about our business. There is nothing like saying business is for the poor, not educated, people who don't want to study. Education is, business is technical. You need to learn your business. We need to know our profit margin, where it is. At times when we go to these bankers and present our business, we are excited. I'm always excited about my business. But at times they tell you, okay, tell us how you are going to make the money. And it's not clear how you are going to make that profit margin. Sometimes we don't do what we call value chain analysis to know where do I get the most money. I am into meat production, but where do I make the most money? And what I noted, we are always looking out for those businesses that require a lot of time, a lot of space, a lot of energy, and give us money after a long time. It is time for us as women to focus on loving ourselves and being able to analyze and say, where should I be? If someone is making money in an hour from my value chain, why can't I be the one in that particular spot of the value chain? When it comes to information seeking, this is a very good platform. We are learning things we have known. Where would we have met such a lady to inspire us the way she has done? These are spaces you must be in. But there are also other spaces. URA has a lot of information. Which business is bringing in more money? The economy is hard. It is hard, but others are making money. Because they're in a certain value chain, you might be stuck in something which is making losses all the time. So you are the one contributing to making us look sad because you made a wrong choice. Where are you getting your information from? URA they have just read a budget probably, and they are saying there will be excise duty on this. Do you understand those terms? Why do you go in a trade which they are going to tax too much, instead of going in a trade where they are saying they are going to tax every import, which means you are going to thrive? I think information seeking has to go a little deeper than the way we are doing it. Then the issue of self-pity. Everybody is running their own race. Even the bank is looking for money. It's a business. It's definitely a business. Even if you're a development bank, you are answerable to someone.
Salaries have to be
Someone has invested in you so that you can make money for them. So, as we go with self-pity, we have to start being compliant and investing in being compliant. You know, I kept asking myself, every time I was reading, 10% of the titled land belongs to women. And these particular women who own the titled land, either they inherited it or they are the professional women who hardly go to borrow. And I kept asking, why are we not having land? Us, who want the land, who are into business. Maybe that is something we have to make a priority, so that we don't just keep waiting. No one is dying, no one is going to give us inheritance. Now we know we are orphaned, we have to do it ourselves. So self-pity should be out of what we are thinking about.
Dr. Godola, let me
much.
kindly interrupt you, but also thank you so much for those insights. Unfortunately, we are out of time. However, have master classes. So there's a session in the afternoon that talks about succession planning, but also there's a lady who had a question about post-recovery loan process, how to manage funds once they've come. So there's a class on financial management, and I hope you're able to step in and get some questions answered. However, I would like us to wrap up and maybe hand over back to Richard, bringing back to the Women Accelerator. There are questions that were asked about how we're going to support young women, how will they get more information? I mean, this is just a breath in the ocean for all the women entrepreneurs, but what is our call to action from today to when the window closes, and then we can wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to go back to the question. When many people looked at the criteria, some of them asked me, but who's this type of woman that you're looking for? Does she exist? And for me, what I would advise the women in the room and those watching us online is to look at the criteria as an aspiration. You have between now and January 31st to meet that aspiration. And what we've told you is that during the process, there are close to 11 entities whose job is to make sure you succeed, not fail, right? And so our focus in the NSF High Innovator and what we learned is to support that transition. You've been operational for 2 years, very informal, in a very loose manner, right? We are not saying you must be registered over the last 5 years. So can we help you transition into what the lady here said, so that you can qualify for this and more opportunities? So one, we're focused on supporting that transition and getting you into the right rooms. Then two, and this is why the agenda looks that way, we're also focused on driving that mindset change, largely with a focus on building the self-confidence. Very many times we put out these calls, but very few Ugandans apply. They think they don't qualify. Then you keep pushing the deadline. I'm not saying in High Innovate, I'm saying in other initiatives.
But you're right.
So we need to build that self-confidence. That's a key theme. Financial literacy is a key theme that we're focused on. This record keeping looks like a song, but honestly it's real and it won't go away. We have to have good records. We have to start keeping good records. So how can we help you during this period to prepare for that type of opportunity? Then lastly, how do you operate in the household setting and with all this that is happening? And that's why we have the family succession session happening in the evening. Then lastly, generally as High Innovator, to speak to Natasha, and you should meet Remy and her team from MOOBS. What we've done is set up these very awesome volunteer-led learning communities in these institutions of learning for this very same reason, to help you transition. Going into what Doctor has said, Dr. Gudula, please, let's be hungry for information. If anything else, be hungry for information, because these things are happening. But we have to move beyond looking at the TikTok trends and being hungry to find this information. You know Remy, you know MOOBS, visit the place. What is happening? It's right there in your campus, right? And there's amazing stuff happening in these institutions. Makerere Innovation and Incubation Center, Uganda Christian University, we have 3 universities and are onboarding more. So the work is happening, but if we are not hungry for information, we definitely won't know how we can partake of these opportunities.
Richard, and lastly, in the words of Vumi, what will they get from the Women Accelerator? What are they going to, once they apply, what are they going to get?
The women, they'll get access to financing, the catalytic funding that he talked about, tailored to the needs of their business. We're always working with financing institutions. There's Dan over here and very many others in the room to provide those linkages to financing. It's not an easy journey, but we really work with you and try the level best, including markets. And lastly, of course,
is the technical assistance. What do I really need to do at this point in time? What's my priority? And then we have the consultants to help you with that.
And thank you for just to kind of bring it. You have to think that what we've done together with MasterCard Foundation for the women's cohort, we have actually a budget of about 7.6 billion shillings. 7.6 billion shillings that this class potentially can have access to. So take advantage of it. For many of you who may be thinking, okay, what do I need to do? And you're thinking about a business. Let me just give you something you can do for free. This one you can do for free in your house, in your home. Just start with something little. What are you passionate about? When we met Catherine first time, she can sell you anything. She was passionate about this. And you can even see the way she packages it. It shows the care that she has for it. Because if you find what you are passionate about, when things become hard, as people say, you will stay the course. You want to drop it. You will figure how to make it work. Find a passion. That's for free. Number 2, we talked about going to MOOCs, but guys, you're holding it in your hands. Google what you're passionate about. You can actually Google and say, show me a sample business plan relating to this passion I have. And you'll get a sample business plan that covers from the product, the customer, finances, and on your own. You can actually now begin to work on your own business plan. That's for free. And then register so that when the opportunity comes, you can. If you are at school today, you're still at the university, let me tell you something. Don't wait until you finish school to start a business. Yeah. Start one. It can be as simple as you go buy chicken wings and sell it to your fellow students. You know they're hungry at midnight. Be that person and begin to learn, because those experiences will help you as you go along. So don't wait until you leave school. That's for free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand to our panelists. And if we didn't answer any of your questions, we're around to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before you all leave this stage, I'm going to give you an opportunity to have a picture with Vumi, if she allows. Yay. Please, Vumi, if you could join them for a picture. And as they are taking that picture, I'd like to take you all to your programs. Please go to page 5, starting from page 5. Of course, if you're not invited to the Mkazipreneur Impact Awards, skip that and go to page 6. And then you'll see the program of what's going to happen for the rest of the day. So you can decide which room you want to go to. If you're in Bunyonyi, you're clearly coming back to this room. If you are in Aswa, you're going downstairs. So the program will also be running on the screen, I'm hoping, for those of you who don't have a program, but I'll also read it. So at 2 to 3:30, Aswa, a masterclass on tips and tricks on unlocking investment from the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator. In this very room, you'll have women founder mindset and workplace well-being. In Kafu, you'll have a masterclass on financial management support for women-led businesses. In Bunyonyi, also in this room, from 3:30 to 5 p.m., you'll have fundraising 101 for women entrepreneurs, addressing myths and misconceptions. And in Aswa, 3:30 to 5, masterclass on succession planning for family-owned businesses. In Kafu, capacity building on gender mainstreaming for entrepreneurship support organizations. Please, let's give our panelists a hand clap. They said East Africans are very polite and they're very soft-spoken, and I think we are proving that. Can we try to be Nigerian, they said, or Ghanaian and be... All right, thank you all so much. Lunch is served starting now. Please go have your lunch, and the sessions will begin promptly at 2 p.m. in the different rooms. Thank you.
Uganda. 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 beat. Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man.
the pepe them no ido mado, casingo beo, abato bebe bebe wo ashiri shake. I don't wanna hear you say, I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. We your body do it, I don't go like I'm see with another man. I don't wanna hear you say, I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. We your body do it, I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 don't wanna see with nobody, 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 nobody.
Baby, this your body, no be, yeah. I tell you, say you fine, you know they get. Me, I know be dummy, dummy. I see you with the surgery. Anyway, me, I know go get. Not only you, I the one I swear. So don't waste time, baby, my rose. Oh yeah, cause it be you I want, it be you I they want. Oh, I go prove my love, I go risk it all. Oh, I don't wanna hear you say,
I don't wanna hear say you there with another man.
where your body rotate.
I don't go like I'm see with another man.
I don't wanna hear you say,
I don't wanna hear say you there with another man.
where your body rotate.
I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 nobody,
on the table behind you. Please come closer. Those guys behind the High Innovator banner, can you please come closer? Come closer. Please, let's save time. Let's save time. Our amazing panel is here and would love to kickstart our session. Like I said, I won't start until the guys at the back are here. So if you don't want us to start, please feel free to start the back. But by the time everyone returns, I'll still be standing here, telling everyone to move closer. Robert, make sure there is no one behind you. Kindly help me bring them in front. Make sure there is no one behind you, Robert. Let them all come in front. Enoch, make sure there is no one behind there. Let them all come in front. Guys, like Aisha, please, come with everyone. Come with everyone. It's very fortunate that I literally know everyone's name. Almost, not everyone, almost everyone. So so guys, thank you so much for, first of all, honoring our invitation to come here and join us. But also, thank you for heeding to my request to come closer. Yeah, so we are going in for a session on the women founder mindset and workplace well-being. We are very privileged today to have a very interesting panel. But before that, from the MasterCard Inc. Index of 2021 acknowledges that overrepresentation of women in the informal sector and part-time employees in many businesses has been on the rise. Further to that, women are faced with a disappropriate burden of numerous care obligations, which makes it really hard for them to run and manage businesses. So some of the challenges that have come out strongly, one of them is women entrepreneurs struggle with making the transition from running business out of necessity to building high growth enterprises. Women also face financial burdens. They also face legal and regulatory barriers. They also face individual barriers, internal or personal. Those could be gender biases, sector biases that make it very hard for them to run and operate businesses. And this is probably attributed to, one, self-confidence challenges and conscious biases. There are challenges around accessing collateral for financing that could enable them unlock their business growth. Now today, we are very excited to host a brilliant panel of 3 amazing entrepreneurs that have been shaking the industry. Allow me welcome the following people to our panel. Manuela Mulondo, she's a gender equality advocate. She's also an early child enthusiast and the CEO and founder of the Cradle, which is a child care, lactation and education center designed for the workplace. She's also a speaker, an author, entrepreneur, and an Obama Foundation alumni, a Mandela Washington Fellow alumni, co-founder of Bump Love. I think we've all watched Bump Love. Please, more hand claps, guys, more hand claps. I'm not yet done with Manuela. So Bump Love is a web TV series. Manuela also is a mother of 2 absolutely beautiful children, a wife, a daughter, and a sister. One more round of applause to Manuela. Also, welcome with me, Diana Nigesa. Diana is the CEO and co-founder of SF Design House, one of the leading interior design firms in Africa. The firm is famous for its unique and holistic approach to solving interior design challenges in the hospitality, real estate, and corporate sectors. Her background in economics and financial risk management has given her an edge on managing complex projects while ensuring that the creative firm can survive amidst the among the countless economic hurdles. Diana hopes that in running this firm, both her and the team can change the way the work in the creative arts is perceived and also empower more women to step out and run businesses that can actually thrive and result in financial independence. Diana is not putting out endless fires that come with running a business, but actually she enjoys new people and traveling. Please, let's put our hands together for Diana. Guys, no, I'm not happy. We can do better, right? I was about to ask Diana to go back and we applaud her better, but she has reached already. And finally, she's been a trailblazer. We've followed her on social media countless times and she's made waves. Allow me to invite Joy to Rahamwe. She's a passionate entrepreneur and businesswoman. She's the founder and currently CEO of CJ Home Solutions, a well-established brand that offers cleaning services in Uganda. She's also the managing director of Trailblazers Business World, whose specialty is social media optimization. She's a media consultant or a digital marketer, using her large following on social media to increase the reach of her clients' brands. She is a graduate with a bachelor's degree in international business at Makerere University Business School. Help me welcome CJ, as popularly known. Guys, we can do better. We can do better. Great stuff. So, each of these amazing ladies has been at the forefront of building a business. They've had their fair share of failures and their fair share of successes. So today, they are not inspirational speakers, but rather they are going to share their journey with us. What has it been like as a woman building a business from down up? What challenges have they gone through? But most importantly, what can we learn from them as young women who have been able to build businesses that are standing the test of time? So one more time, let's put our hands together for this amazing panel as we start our conversation. Later on, thank you so much. Later on, we'll have Julian join us, who will also be able to take questions from a few of us in case there's something you'd like to learn from our panel. All right, thank you so much. So, would like to start with Joy. And I have quite a number of questions for Joy. I even don't know where to start from. So Joy, as an educated and exposed lady, why of all businesses on earth did you choose to do a cleaning business? At the back of your mind, didn't people say that, okay, you've gone to campus, very educated, why don't you apply for a job probably in a bank or in a fancy organization? Why did you start a cleaning business? Didn't your family members and friends and your online followers disagree with you, discourage you, and make you feel like a cleaning business is not worth starting?
Hi, everyone. My name is Joy Turamuhawe. That's the correct pronunciation of the name. My name is Joy Turamuhawe. I am a fresh graduate from Makerere University Business School. And I run a cleaning company called CJ Home Solutions and another company that does digital marketing and social media optimization called Trailblazers Business World. The reason why I chose cleaning was because I feel like every single person has a little bit of touch of cleaning from childhood. Maybe you've cleaned your room, you've washed, and I thought it would be an easy skill for people to pick up when they're training, and they don't really need so much qualification like school time. They just need about a week or two of training, and then they can start with work. So because I was coming from a perspective of solving unemployment, I wanted something that people don't have to tirelessly go to school for, have transcripts, have documentation to do, just something that can really put money in their pockets. And about the discouragement, fortunately for me, my parents and family was very supportive, but my online community was not supportive at all. They thought it was not the right place for me to be. They thought I was
they really thought all the wrong things. I was trolled for months. I was told, like every time I would try to give my opinion or view on anything, they would be like, just go and wash laundry, go clean people's houses. You do not have a say in this topic. So it was really difficult for me, especially online, given the fact that I was heavily marketing online. There's a point where I even thought, okay, I need to just let this go because of the discouragement. But I am glad that there are people who came through for me and still encouraged me. And also the growth was a good step for me to actually see that this is working out and I need to just ignore what everyone is saying and keep up with my business.
Wow, thank you, CJ, if I may call you that. So how did you come to the point of saying, out of the many business ideas, I'm going to start a cleaning business?
I'll be honest and say I did not do any market research. It's just something that I was passionate about, and as I said, I felt it would be easier for me to skill my fellow youth, my fellow students, without having to labor to educate them like heavily. So I thought it would be something easy for people to grasp, but now I know that it's a very, very marketable sector. Yeah, so basically I chose it because I was passionate about it and because I thought it would be easier for me to teach other people that were coming on board.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. So passion, but also it was very easy for you to start it, and it would be easy for you to employ others because you don't need a high level of skills for them to begin working. Yeah. All right, I would like to bring in Diana now. So Diana, we've read about your business, and it's amazing what SF Design House is doing. But I would like you to start from where Joy left it. I've been privileged to find out that you have quite a rich background, as we read your profile, from financing, but also to working to a very top financing institution in this country. What was it like for you to say, I'm quitting my 9-to-5, very good paying job to focus on my side hustle that I want to turn into a main hustle? Didn't your family disagree with you? The number two, your friends and online relatives, what was their take on the fact that you were moving away from a 9-to-5 job at a prestigious organization to running a side hustle as your main hustle?
Thank you, Bob, for having me here. And thank you, everyone, for making the time to be here. My name is Diana Nigesa Mabonga. Just to give a background, I run an interior design firm called SF Design House. It does interior design consultancy for real estate, hospitality, like hotels, safari lodges, corporate sector, your offices, and your homes. And we also have a product line of business where we sell home items, home decor items, so furniture and anything that you need in your home. And just to give, usually people don't, know the companies as much as you the owner knows it, and I've come to learn through that in my entrepreneurial journey. Just to go back to Bob's question, yes, I do have a background in economics, finance, and risk management. And yes, I moved from the banking sector to fully run the creative firm. I will look at it as, I look at life as opportunities. We always have to evaluate. Everybody has an opportunity in their life. So I did have an opportunity that I could take the leap of faith at that time. I think I was about 26 or 27. So I looked at life that I could make that leap of faith, and if things went sour, I still had the time to either move back or, eat a loaf of bread if things get bad. So for me, it was just looking at what are the opportunities in life and what can I do, and am I able to take that risk right now? So I took the risk, I think 2 weeks before the pandemic hit, to fully run the business. We had run the business. I have a co-founder, another woman co-founder. We had run the business for 4 years before, and it had come to a point where, the business is, you either make the leap of faith and run it solely, or you continue running it, but then it becomes a hobby. There's that stage where if you don't make a decision to run the business fully, then you're either going to maybe finance the business through your employment, or you have to. About what did I face, or in terms of making the change, I'll say I had a good, my family is very liberal, so I never had a negative, feedback about online relatives or, people. It's an unconventional move, especially creative industry. It's not something that, people understand, but again, they're personal decisions we choose, and we thrive through. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I've not had a very challenging backlash. Maybe in doing the business, then you will get the backlash, because your anticipation about the passion and what you're bringing to the table is tested each and every single day, and you have to prove that the value of what you're bringing is substantial, especially consultancy, because it's an economy where consultancy is not very appreciated. So maybe I would say there are challenges in terms of pushing what your value is and what you're bringing in terms of value to the market and to the clientele, and what you're getting paid for it. I think the challenges are more driven in running the business rather than the societal connotations around it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I still want to work with you. Like you said, running a creative business is really hard. And by creative, it could mean that you're probably into fashion and design, you're into interior design, you're into even architecture, because people barely understand what you do. So probably from a layman's position, you talked about getting a co-founder. And I know it's one of the biggest challenges that entrepreneurs face. You have an amazing idea, you're very good from the technical perspective. Probably she knows the entire interior design process, but she's not that good with financing. So how did you choose Christine as a partner that you ended up working with?
I'd be surprised if I didn't get asked this question. So many times we get asked the same question all the time. I think it's a pandemic that people don't end up doing, like even friends and marrieds, they end up struggling with running businesses. But in choosing a co-founder, I think the most important thing has been sharing the same values and goals. If you share the same values, yes, money is to be made, but money is a resource. Again, it just helps you, achieve the things that you want to achieve. But if you don't have, the same values in terms of, honesty, integrity, and whatever else drives you in terms of values. So that was very important. But also, I like to speak about privileges, because I don't know, I don't think many people talk about privileges. The privileges, we started early. So starting early when you're younger, you're willing to risk and you're willing to trust much easier, and you're willing to walk a journey. So we're high school buddies. We met in high school, and we've been able to run a business for 7 years. But I think we also have the privilege that we met much earlier in life as younger people, and we were able to trust. We didn't have so many problems as individuals, because those problems, are the ones that bring in, selfish drives and things like that. So we share the same values, but we are also privileged that we met much earlier in life.
Wow. Yeah. So one of the key things you don't mention in there, or you mention but is very silent, is the fact that your skill sets complemented each other.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. I tend to forget the technical side of things. Yes, the skill set is also very complementing. I'm more on the finance operational side of business of things. Of course, as you grow startups, you may interchange things and may get better at certain things. Christine is on the very creative side of things. She heads the creative department and the designers and everybody, and then I run the company. She's the finance and everything. So we are able to complement each other, but we are also able to respect each and every one where their expertise is, and know that whatever decision has been made in their area of expertise, it's for the good of the company. So yeah, that's very important as well. Thank you for the
Wow.
reminder.
Sure, you're welcome, Diane. I was about to call you Christine. So we've noticed one of the key things in there is skill set, passion, but also before you onboard someone as your co-founder, as a partner you're going to work with, you need to actually spend some time understanding who they are, because they are going to be the person you'll be bouncing ideas off every now and then. I want to bring in Manuela. I know everyone has been wondering, when is she talking? Manuela, who doesn't know you? For starters, in this house, I'm pretty sure everyone knows who Manuela is, but I would like you to share the picture for us. From what Joy has shared, what Diana has shared, I would like you to merge the experiences with your experience and share with us, why is it important for one to have a positive mindset towards running a business, towards doing anything in life? Reason being, if Joy didn't have a positive mindset, she mentioned something around the online community trolling her for months, simply because she had chosen to start a cleaning business. So, and I know also in your own journey, probably it wasn't as smooth as you've made it look right now.
Oh, wow.
So, being able to build your business and your businesses, and also building the brand of Manuela to what we know today, what does it mean to have a positive mindset towards goals in life, towards business, towards anything generally?
Hi, everybody. Unfortunately, I have a cold, an oncoming cold, and so my voice is not the usual one. But I would not miss this for the world, and so I had to be there. I had to be here because of how I feel about women and entrepreneurship. I've been on this journey literally all my life because I was raised in an entrepreneurial home with my mom. I've seen what entrepreneurship can do for a person and for a family, especially when it's a woman doing it. My mom raised us selling juice on the streets of Kampala and built us a home. She's currently building her retirement home on juice money.
Wow.
And so for me, I know the importance of entrepreneurship. But Bob, you pose an important question, which is on mindset. And I know that for a very long time, I asked myself, but what exactly is a positive mindset? And what's a negative mindset? And am I going to lie to myself about something in my life and say that that's a negative mindset? So let me give you an idea. Let me give you an example. There was a time in my business when we were doing so well. Maybe let me kind of paint a picture. We had maybe about 90 children in our school, and those 90 children were paying 700,000 a month. That's 63 million a month. 63 million a month. But every end of the month, there would be nothing on the account. I'm like, but where did 63 million go?
Where?
How? When? How? Because when I count the basic costs of this business, when I was doing my numbers, I should be having a 20% profit. My margin was supposed to be big. What exactly is the problem? And now I could have told myself, asking myself those questions and finding the answers, such as my financial management was, my business financial management was horrible. My recruitment was horrible. My debt management was the worst. I could have now said, oh, that's a negative mindset. No, absolutely not. Someone will tell you, no, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. But well, you've got to do it, because now, by the time we left, by the time of the pandemic, Bob, this story, I don't even know where to start. By the time of the pandemic, and this is why I'm saying, I have so much in my mind I want to say. By that time of the pandemic, all of you know that schools were closed, right?
Yep.
My school paid salaries and rent for a period of a whole year without touching or getting any more money.
Guys, let's clap for that. It's not easy. People lost jobs, huh?
While you're clapping, that's why I said I needed to tell you this full story. While you're clapping, see, I've just told you where the negative, quote unquote negative and yet very positive mindset, where I had to find out that I was having an issue. I had decided 3 months before the pandemic that I was going to open up another account and I was going to start saving because I had seen and I had opened my eyes to the actual problems that my business was having. I was not saying this is a negative mindset. I was saying that this is an issue I have and I have to work on it. And in 3 months, we had saved up rent and salaries for a year. Now, I had been in business making that same money for over 5 years. So how much more money would I have made if I had changed my mind? So for me, it's no longer about positive mindset, Bob. I said, can I be open-minded? Can I be open-minded to truth of my business? It makes no sense to me to start a business and I have no money. It's not okay. And I have no money that I call profit. It's not okay. Or I have no money and my business has not broken even. There is a problem. So for me, it's about being open-minded to the truth and being able to tackle that truth. And now sometimes the truths are negative. They're sad, they're challenges, they're hard. But then when you overcome them, then they say, oh my gosh, she has such a positive mindset. But I'm telling you, when I was seeing 63 million go through my fingers, I was crying. I was sad because I had no idea how this was happening. So for me, that's what it's about now. It's about being open, and open especially to the truth. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Manuela. Before I invite in Julian, and before you clap, I see the hand claps are becoming many in a bit. But so Manuela, 63 million Uganda shillings in your hands.
I tell you.
I wish you knew how many pictures I've drawn, how many businesses I would have opened. And for those who are materialistic, how many suits, how many cars, how many dresses you'd have bought. So, Manuela, then how do you come to a point and say that I have to be open-minded about managing my business? Because at that point, during the pandemic, that's when people were laid off. That's when schools closed. So how do you come to that realization and say that, well, I won't close this business, I'll keep paying these guys, but I'm going to open an account. So at what point did that self-actualization hit you for you to make that very important decision of changing your business management practices?
So it happened, so the pandemic was March. March.
Yes,
2020.
Yes.
I'll never forget that.
2020.
Bad date. Horrible date. So I came to this realization of what was happening in my business in June 2019. So we opened the account maybe October 2019. And so we started to save. So between June and October, I was doing financial management classes. And I was a business that was getting, I was not only getting, actually this story is so sad, so sad. Because I was not only getting money from my customers, I was getting money from funders, yeah? But how that money,
disappeared.
I was like, I had just become a conduit for this money, for it to come from somewhere else, go through my hands, and go to somebody else. And I thought I could see what was going on in my business, but clearly, I wasn't seeing. And so I made that decision before the pandemic. So by the time of the pandemic, what I'm trying to say is just that change in the business systems, we were able to save what paid rent while we were at home to keep the business premises, or PS. They chased us out of the premises after. I'm telling you a true story. When the first lady came and said, everybody can open except schools, our landlord said, let's leave this thing I really want, after the pandemic has hit me, I'm going to increase the rent. Even if you can give me the rent, I advise you, madam, you just close that your business. Just you go home, you are young, you are beautiful, you can get a job, you can think of new things, but the school, you are going to start crying for me. I said, no, I have rent. He's like, no, I want twice as much of the rent, because after the pandemic, I want more money. And yet me, I advise you, young girl, go home. Go home, please. So we left, we left the premises. And now it's a restaurant.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know if I answered your question. You brought so many memories. I'd forgotten them in the pandemic, but
wow.
You brought them all back.
Yes, you did. I see you're very emotional.
Yes. And if I had my
journey.
voice, I would be louder, but now.
Wow. I don't want to imagine how loud it would get. But so allow me to invite my co-moderator, Julian. Julian is a PMO, or the project manager for the NSSF High Innovator. So Julian will take us through the next round of questions on mindset.
Okay, welcome everybody. Our panelists, we are happy to have you. And it's interesting today how we are talking about mindset and what High Innovator program is about. We are trying to change mindsets for entrepreneurs, mindsets for the youth, mindsets for the women in here, females, name it, decision makers. So we happen to partner with the MasterCard Foundation, incubation centers, we call them enterprise support organizations. And all we are saying is entrepreneurs are struggling. What more can we do for them? So there's a whole conversation of mindset, but bringing it back to why we are here, workplace well-being, our panelists, what does that mean to you? Because we know, like our speakers earlier today, Patrick mentioned that when a customer is buying a product, they're not going to say, this product is for a woman, it's for a man, it is for so and so. They want a very good product. So when women are in a workplace, what do you want to see? Workplace well-being, what are we doing about it to ensure that they come, they work, they stay, and we're not having conversations of, yes, I am unable because of ABCD. So we as women founders, what are we doing about it? How do we encourage them to give us their whole? What modalities are we putting in place to ensure that they stay, they give us their best, and they're able to run the show? So good enough, all of us are CEOs, co-founders, and I think I would like to start with Joy. So share with us your experience. You're working in a cleaning company. What does that mean to you? What is workplace well-being for you? You in your story, I read about your story, you had to start at campus. What did that take for you? So over to you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to. I can't look at you, so. Yeah, anyway, workplace well-being. I'll start with kind of a story. When I was joining internship, I was very scared because most stories online or from colleagues were about how they were sexually assaulted or sexually harassed at their internship places. So when I got to internship, the whole first month I was, quote unquote, waiting for it to happen to me. And I was honestly traumatized. Like every time a man would probably walk to me to guide me on something or talk about something, I would think they are going to harass me. And I think very many women pass through that. Even when you're going to ask for a job, for those that apply for jobs, most women have it at the back of their minds that this man, this woman might sexually harass me or want something in return for offering me the job. And that affects you very much mentally and can even stop you from going for certain jobs. For example, last week I went to do an inspection because I inspect the sites we clean prior to quotation. And I was with two men and we were going through like rooms of a hotel. And the guy asked me, "Aren't you scared that you are moving with guys like alone?" And I joked and I said, "I have a pocket knife." But at the back of my mind, I was actually thinking about it like I am helpless in case these people actually lock this room, anything could happen to me. So there's a point in my business where I never used to do inspections, or I used to have to move with someone, which used to cost me extra, because at the back of my mind, I was always scared of being sexually assaulted. I don't know if the men also face the same challenge. For example, if you're going with two women in like an elevator or anything, I don't know if you, at the back of your mind, think like, they might like try to touch me inappropriately. But that is something that really affects me, and I don't know if it affects other women, but it has traumatized me for a very long time. So I have girls, women that work with me in my cleaning company, and I try my level best to talk to them and tell them that they can always approach me in case something like that happens. And yes, it does happen with some of our clients. They act inappropriate with the girls, and I would rather let the client go than tolerate that. So I try my very best to make sure that as they work, they have peace of mind and know that nothing bad is going to happen to them, because it's not a way for anyone to live looking behind every single step you are checking to make sure that no one is going to assault you or inappropriately touch you. It's a very traumatizing way to live. Yeah, so well-being for me is that safety to feel that if you report to your boss, they are not going to say, maybe you were inappropriately dressed, or maybe you provoked him into doing that to you. I know that they feel safe telling me anything that happens, and they know that I will solve it instead of playing the blame game. Yeah.
Very good. So thank you, Joy. I've listened to you, and gladly, the High Innovator program critically looks at safeguarding people. So I think most of you who have already enrolled, been onboarded, there are terms and conditions you sign. You should not hear anything close to that. So once you are cornered, have any problem, there's a whistleblowing line. So we don't want to expose our youth, our entrepreneurs, to any kind of damage. So good enough, we are safeguarding. So back to the panel. I think, Manuela, this is to you. You're a parent. You have to juggle a lot. You have two amazing children. We see you everywhere. Very good. But how do you run the show? Manage the team at your workplace. Manage home. How are you able to have a solid mind? Run the show at home, business. How are you able to convene all that and still deliver?
So this is probably the third panel that I've allowed to ask me this question. But it's also possibly because you didn't send me the questions before. I usually ask for the questions before, and when this question is there, I say, please remove it because I'm a mess. There's no show. Just remove that I'm not balancing anything. They're all falling, yeah? Because there was a time my marriage was falling apart. My kids barely knew me. They would keep calling me their governess's name. So they would keep calling me Mr. Bitha. Sorry, mommy. Oh, sorry. Mr. Bitha. Sorry, mommy. my mom was looking for me because I was not available. And yet, where I was spending my time, which was at the business, they were eating the 63 million every month. So every time I would see that question on panels, I would ask that they remove that question. And so this is probably the only time that I'm going to answer that question. And because it's coming from a place of truth now, and not from what I would have hypothetically said was my answer long ago. I started to work on how to balance these things probably about 2 years ago, at about that time when I came to the truth, realizing that, wait, I'm not fine, my children are not fine, my husband is not okay, my business is not fine, but you people here in the world, actually you are the worst. You are celebrating me because I've got money from NSSF, I was celebrating me because I've got money from Outbox, but I was a mess, absolute mess. And I remember saying that, no, I need to work on this. And for those of us that are not Christian in this room, this might be offensive, but I'm going to share my truth. I read the Proverbs 31 woman, and when I read that about that chick, I was like, you mean this? It's possible? Because a mom was telling her son that when you're looking for a woman, this is the woman you should look for. And then she describes the woman, and the woman was super at home and super at work. And I was like, so it's possible. This thing where people say, no, it's not possible. So I asked, I said, so how does this become possible? And guys, for me, the answer is in just two things. It's planning and organization. If you don't do those two things, and when I say planning, I mean the correct kind of planning, not these things that you do on the 31st of December, like at 10 p.m., just before the midnight clock, and then you write and say, this year, I have to do X, Y, Z. No. Proper, actual planning. I keep telling people that the Bible in Genesis 1 verse 1 says, in the beginning the world was without form, and the Spirit of the Lord was hovering. But why was he hovering? He was planning. If God, the creator of heaven and earth, the beginning and the end, the first and the last, can plan, since the beginning of time, he is hovering before he starts creating light. Who are you? Who? And yet you all went to Sunday school. Yeah? Who are you to tell us that for you, when you're going to plan your year, you're going to start on 31st at p.m. Before you pray, you get your sketchbook, you write, then you go and say offensive things like, we plan and God laughs. Of course. Because for him, when he was planning, he planned since the beginning of time. You, when you're planning at 9-11, New Year's resolutions, no plan. That's not a plan. That's a wish and a hope and a dream, but not a plan. And so I said, I'm going to start planning. I'm going to start planning time to spend with my children. I'm going to start planning time to spend with my husband. I'm going to start planning time to spend with my colleagues at work. I'm going to start actual planning. And I remember there was a year, a particular year, I think it was this year, when I said, I have built a personal brand, but it's so scattered. And then I have a business, which is just starting after a pandemic. And I needed to pick between the two who I was going to focus on. Because if you do organization, the creative will tell us. If you do organization, when you enter a room, a house of 20 rooms, how many rooms do you start with? Yeah, how many rooms do you start organizing with? I swear, if you don't say my answer, I don't know what I would do. How many rooms do you start with? You have this is a home. You start, say it on the microphone so they hear.
You start with one.
Exactly. You have to pick one. Like if you've learned the basics of organizations, you have to pick one. And so I picked one. I said, I love the cradle. I love it. But I have to first leave it for a year so that I can organize this one room called my brand. finish organizing it, then I can move on to the cradle. Because the work you have to do in your business is big. Like now for the cradle, it's so much. So much. We have to build software. Software so that 63 million cannot just go. Yeah. Because I realized I was going to go back and it was still going to go. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so just being able to plan and correctly plan and then organize my life. And I want to tell you that now I'm speaking from a place of truth. It's so fulfilling. It's so fulfilling to know that I'm going to go home and my kids will tell me, I missed you, mommy. And my husband will tell me, my God, I feel like I'm falling in love with you again. And then to go into office and my work is doing well. Guys, it's possible. But for me, it has been those two things that have made it possible. Proper planning and organization.
Brilliant, brilliant. That's awesome. So, Manuela, I think you're even answering most of my questions, the panel, everybody. So, okay, so we're trying to wrap up, but next question is over to you, Diana. Now let's talk business management. Yes, we all know there is winning, failure in business. Diana, how have you been able to cope with failure in business? In very few words, because there's another coming through. So I'll let you speak, then hand over to Bob. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Julian. Failure. It's something I've struggled with, failure. Because, I mean, we all have, I'll speak for myself. When you start out, you have an idea of how things should be, and you have a good understanding of what things should be in your world. But again, you're not working in your head. You have to work out in the world. You have so many variables that are against you. But one thing I can say about failure is embrace it. If you're an entrepreneur, you have to embrace failure. I have had to learn to embrace failure, because with startups or with any business, if you're not failing, because it's feedback. The most important thing is feedback. You have to know. When you're failing, that means you're getting feedback on what you can change. Like Manuela said, having an open mindset and knowing that, this doesn't work. I need to, re-engineer to this. I need to try this and this. So I think, failure is an opportunity to make things work.
Okay, interesting. So over to you, Bob.
Right. Thank you so much, Julian. I want to bounce the same question to Manuela and Joy. How have you been able to deal with failure? But in under 2 minutes, each of us. Starting with Manuela. I'll do I'm counting down.
Me of under 2 minutes, you'd have given me time to think, because I'm always talking. I love talking. So I'm currently going through a failure right now. And what I'm doing to go through it is to wake up every day and do what I'm supposed to do. After 2 years of being closed, we had to start again in a whole new location where people don't know us, where we are. It's like starting business again. Like you have a 7-year-old child who starts crawling. That's what I'm currently going through. But one of the things that I've always known is that, what's going on in my mind right now is that I've done it before, so I can do it again. That's what I'm going by. Yeah.
Wow. You've done it, so you can do it again.
Yeah. Joy. As long as I have life, that's it.
As long as there's life, you can do it again. Joy, minus repeating what Manuela has said. How have you been able to trample failure?
Personally, I don't look at failure as failure. I look at it as someone else's opportunity, first of all. And I usually tell people when they're complaining that today I did not make any sales, I tell them, but yesterday you made sales. And tomorrow or next week you might make sales. The people that did not make sales on the day you made sales have made sales today on the day you did not. So I personally believe that blessings kind of move in a circle, and the circle definitely will come back to you. So on days where I don't make as much money or I don't make money at all, I just use it as an opportunity to learn something new. If I am not doing work actively today, I can choose to maybe increase my marketing that day or learn something new. So I don't really see failure as failure. I just see it as an opportunity for someone else or an opportunity to do something else in that particular moment.
Wow. I just want to pick something from what Joy said and what our keynote speaker mentioned earlier today. So she told us after the session that if you view failure as failure, then it's going to become, and Julian, you can remind me, she mentioned that if you look at failure and you take it on as failure instead of a learning, it's going to become an opinion. And that opinion is going to rule you that you're a failure. But if you look at failure as a lesson, then you're going to learn a lot from it, and you won't be able to repeat the same mistake later on. So it's very interesting learning that you look at failure as an opportunity to learn instead of as an opinion that is going to be cemented in your mind that you can't do it. So as we wrap up, we're going to receive maybe 2 questions from the crowd, but I wanted to bounce this one interesting question to our panel. Women struggle to be taken seriously, not because they're not serious, but because people don't think you can do it. So how have you dealt with that mindset issue that a woman can't do it? For example, like for Joy, you walk into an office looking for business, they keep on telling you come back tomorrow. For Manuela, you go looking for more students or pupils to enroll into your school, they're like, there are better schools than yours. For Diana, you go somewhere, maybe an exhibition, you're trying to sign on clients, and they tell you, we know bigger guys than you. So how do you deal with people telling you, you're too beautiful, you can't work? We'll start with Joy. Under 2 minutes, each of us.
This is quite interesting. I've actually gone for a job before. Before I had staff, I used to actively clean by myself. And I went to a couple of homes where people would ask me like, how are you going to manage? Are you really going to manage? So I think people give you the attitude of, are you really going to manage? Instead of giving you the opportunity and prove yourself, yeah? So they used to judge me right from sight. Like, I think they used to order online without knowing who is coming, and then when I'd arrive, they'd be like, a lady even gave me someone to help. It was, I was so insulted. But yeah, she gave me someone to help. She's like, he can help you out. I said, okay. I used the extra hand, but I did not need it. So yeah, it does happen, and I don't even know how I dealt with it, but I am still dealing with it. I have gone to places where people say they don't want to work with women. They don't say it, but you can tell, yeah? And I have to go through my dad to maybe order for me from certain suppliers. For example, during COVID, I was selling Irish. There was one particular supplier who would put my phone off the moment I would talk. Even when he'd come for payment, when I'd pay him, he would say, tell Mzee thank you. Like, wow. I had nothing to do with my business in his eyes. And when I realized that, I let him talk to my dad, even when I would have to call my dad to order and actually pay him, because by then the supply was a bit low and I really needed him. When I look back now, I should have just cut him off, but I really needed him. So yeah, there are people who have that mindset, but in my opinion, I think right now very many people are open-minded. I rarely go to places and they refuse to give me a job based on the fact that I'm a woman, but I know that there's 1 to 2 people out of 100 that still have that mindset. So I think the solution is to educate people, because some people actually don't know that they're doing something wrong, or I went for a seminar 2 weeks ago, and journalists were giving their experiences at workplaces, and they were saying that in school, their male lecturers used to say, you're pretty, you'll get a job, you'll pass. You're pretty, you'll end up in the newsroom. You're not so pretty, maybe you can be back end something. So I feel like even our teachers and parents themselves kind of destroy you at a very young age, and by the time you get to the workplace, you already have self-esteem issues, And even for the little things you could do and the big things you could do, you end up restricting yourself from doing them. Another thing that I find very restrictive are men. There is someone I was dating that used to want to pay me to not work. So every time I would say maybe I'm going for this particular job, he'd say, how much are you earning from it? And if I would say 200,000, he'd be like, only that? Let me just pay you and you stay home. And in my mind, I'd be like, okay, so what happens if I quit my job and then things don't work out between us and then you leave? Am I going to find another provider man, or am I supposed to start from scratch to build this business that you're trying to buy me out of? So there are so many people that are always out there trying to hinder your goals, trying to make you feel like you can't do it. But at the end of the day, you need to know what you want and motivate yourself.
Wow, thank you, Joy. I know Julian is on my case, wanting to take some questions from the crowd. But as Julian gets ready, I just want Manuela and Diana to weigh on this. Under 2 minutes. I know probably Joy has summarized your responses, but she can never finish all.
So I would say that I've reached a place in my life now where I really, truly believe this is the best advice for you. Do your thing. They will come to you. This thing of going out to people, we have so many suppliers. There's so many people that do the same thing. There's so many schools, my gosh. But if I spend time, so I started to look at the time I spent going out to convince people that my product is good, vis-a-vis the time I could have spent making the product actually good. Because between you and I, entrepreneurs, we know this truth, that many times when we are telling people the things we do, it's not really honest. It's not really. We sell our idea, we sell our hopes, we sell our dreams, but when the reality hits the ground, it's not the same. And I know that you know what I'm talking about, especially the entrepreneurs in this room. You know exactly what I'm talking. You say, when we reach your home, we will clean it. But even you are like, when did we clean that? So I said, why don't I spend the time I could have spent convincing people that I'm the right person to actually doing the work to make sure that I am the right person. And I remember doing that for the credit. You remember when I told you that even if I'm failing, I've done this before, I can do this again? I said, no, let me do my proof of concept, and let me do it so good, so well, that when they come, they can't go. And even if I have 2 clients, 2 like this, they will tell the world for me on my behalf, because word of mouth is the biggest advertising tool you'll ever have. So for me, when it comes to this thing of being pushed aside, I don't even have that. You won't even find me there to push me aside. I'm not available to be pushed aside, because I am so busy working on the product, on the company. You have no time. The only time you'll hear about me is when you need me, and I promise you, if you come, you will not leave. Yeah.
Wow. Diana.
Okay, a quick one. Just to confirm, gender biases are real. I used to think, all these NGOs that make so much noise about women inclusion and financial inclusion were just a lie, because I was in the banking sector, and I'm like, we're always looking for sales. How can these guys say, there is no money to give? But it does exist. My opinion is confidence is the biggest blockage. Like entrepreneurship, I don't know if you're not an entrepreneur. For me, that has been my biggest advantage. Sometimes you think you're confident until you get into entrepreneurship. It's a challenge every single day to grow that muscle, to know that whatever you're bringing to the table is exactly of the value, and if it isn't, at least you're having honest conversations with yourself to grow that. So I think I'd say, yes, you're looking for clients, but also you have to choose your clients. You have to choose, just like banks say, know your customer, that KYC thing. You have to know your customer, because some things, if you evaluate the customer, you may not need that customer. It may cause you more damage. So confidence is very, very, very important. Try to grow that muscle each and every single day. Gender biases are real. They're not about to go anytime soon. I know as women we like to scream, shout, and everything, but I think understanding the balance of what you're able to do that might get you through a door and what you're not able to do. When I say what you're able to do, like if you're going to a place and maybe there are biases, you have to look a certain way, you have to, speak a certain way, or you have to do this. I know this because, sometimes creatives are very rebellious and they're like, no, I won't put on a suit, I won't, do this. But, if it's a bias and it's, what does it take, to wear a suit to get you through the door or to say something? So I think you can just ask yourself, what am I able to do that doesn't, go against my values? And, so confidence, and I think a question of balance. What are you able to do? Because if we start talking about financial inclusion and just the biases around that and women, and it's too much.
We shall not live today.
We shall not,
Wow, thank you so much, Diana and Manuela and Joy. So let's take a few questions. Wow, guys.
Nice.
Cynthia, do you have enough time? I'm seeing hands. Wow.
We'll have 3 only. 3, yes.
Straight to the point. Quick name and question.
My name is Olivia. I'm a CEO and co-founder Mama Op Medicals. My question is to Manuela concerning the gender in, the gap in financing. According to our study by Village Capital, they realized that male co-founders have raised 5 times more money than female counterparts. So how do you advise us to position ourselves for better funding from angels and VCs? And then the other simple question is, at what point do you begin looking into setting up a board of directors and why? Thank you.
Answer first before it gets lost in the woods.
Sure.
Manuel, are you ready?
Yeah.
Briefly.
Yeah. So I truly believe that you need to start with your board of directors immediately. You know those people who you go and talk to and you're like, oh my, I want to start this business. All of that. Those should be among the first people you speak to because they will advise you. So there will probably not be a board of directors in the beginning. There will be maybe a board of advisors, then a board of trustees before you get into them being board directors. But they'll know your journey, and so then they will have quote unquote qualified from being your board of advisors to your board of directors. In terms of you guys, so we were having this discussion a little bit earlier about women and finance, and I've worked in a bank before, and let me tell you guys, there's a clear difference when a guy comes and asks for money and when a chick comes and asks for money. And if we don't sort that out, we won't get the money. That's just the honest truth. A guy can come and lie to you that he has 60 pairs of shoes, and the way he talks, you can think they're 120. You've seen how men, when they are conning you, women, and they want to marry you, the lies they tell. You understand? And with so much confidence, then you see a woman who has 180 pairs of shoes. Yeah? When they ask her how many shoes she has, it's like, now you see, some I have to take for repair. Some shoes I got from someone, they were a donation. Meanwhile, the man was talking about 120 pairs. And he's calculating, I'll get 40 from this guy, 30 from this guy. You already have the shoes. You understand? But we can't talk, like we don't, I don't know, I don't even know if it's confidence. I think it's false humility. It's false humility. And I've seen men, in fact, let me not say I've seen men. You've seen men, when they tell you they like you, that there are 3 of you. You've seen them. Why can't we get those balls? Because you see, unlike men, no pun intended, as we are telling the truth. You get what I mean? We're telling the truth, the real truth, and nothing but the truth. But then they are lying, and they get in those doors. And you know what's very painful is that the truth is men treat us, and I'm going to say this I'm going to say this very carefully. Men don't know how to treat women, yeah? And so most times they just treat us like men. Now when you come and you don't live up to the man, that level, yeah? Then they don't know what to do with you. I don't know if they treat you like a weak man. Actually, let me say it like that. They treat you like a weak man. You guys, you need to sit on a table where men are drinking beer and one of the men is weak. That's how they treat women. Because when we reach the table of men, which we've been asking to get on to, then we become like weak men. If you are going to sit on that table, be ready. Get ready for it. Get ready for that table. We're not going to be here crying over men. Men, let your husbands treat you well. As long as you get out of that door, come out to fight. Don't come out to small here, act small. No, come out to fight. And you're coming to fight with men. You're going to go on a panel and you're going to speak with men. Or you're going to go and you're asking for funding and there's a man who went before you. You don't have the luxury to be a woman. However, when you're going to speak like a man, add on those high heels, put on that suit, put on your lipstick. Yeah, do your hair so that you are over the man. Because you see, when I go at a man's level, yeah, intellectually, I know that if we're looking for money, I'm going to get that money. But on top of that, I look good. Wow.
Julian, another question.
Yo. Feel it. Clap for her. Clap for her. I think what she's saying is enter that room, own that room with your full chest. And she's saying it's all in the packaging. You have what it takes. Do it in the packaging. Okay, one more from this line, one more, and then the other side and the other side.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick, and I would like to ask a question, probably one or two, or all the ladies can answer. Talking about founder mindset and workplace well-being. I would like a comment from the ladies on what they think about women, the biological clock, their workplace. Because you see, so many people now avoid employing a woman of a certain age, assuming that, oh, okay, this woman will need 3 months, maybe every 2-3 years off, and I'm paying her. And sometimes she has complications, they have to give her another 3 or 6 months. What do you think about that? What can be done to ensure that women fulfill their potentials and grow? That is why we see so many of the CEOs are still men. So many of the directors are still men, executives, board members. Why is it that women do not rise, even at the same academic qualifications as men? And I think this might be one of the things. What do you, as ladies, especially I know Manuela is a mom, I don't know about the two ladies, what can be done?
1 minute, Manuela.
Yes,
Briefly.
each of you 1 minute.
1 minute. There are many questions.
Also. Anyway, that's why I do the work that I do. I own a childcare and lactation service designed for the workplace so that moms can reach their full potential. But the day men stop thinking that these children are ours is the day we shall move. You see, when I give birth to my children, they look like they are mine, but none of you here is your parents' child. None of you is in their handbags. You're here working, yeah? You're here looking for your own business. Every child I give birth to, that's why I can't give birth to more than 2. Because I realize that this child is not mine. I don't keep them. I don't hold them. I don't put them in a handbag. They don't follow me. These children are for this country. They are for this world. Everyone here is human capital for this country. So it is not right that a country can say, oh, that is your child. No. The child I give birth to belongs to this country. So it is the responsibility of the organizations and the workplaces and the men and women in this room who are starting businesses for you to set up spaces for childcare and lactation at the workplace. That child I've given birth to also belongs to that man who you want to employ. And let me tell you something, I'm better than him. Not because of anything else, but because I'm able to multitask. Have you tried to get a man to multitask? Absolute nonsense, he can't do it. But I can do it, and I can do it easily. So I can do a good job. But just because I have a uterus, which I didn't even choose, because if at the point of creation I could have gone to God and said, me, I want to be a woman, then you would have said. But even every man in this room had 50% chance, the same chance I had, to have been the one with the uterus. So why am I the one suffering for something I did not choose? And yet at the end of the day, the thing is not mine. It is for the country. The thing is not mine. It is for NSSF. The thing is not mine. It is for Outbox. The thing is not mine. The child is for the country. So thank you, NSSF, that set up a child care center.
Yo, give it to them.
Thank you.
So, Joy, and a minute also.
Okay. Yes, as she said, we did choose to have a uterus, and we should not be employed based on the fact that we have one. So, when we don't have kids, people complain. When we choose not to be married, people complain. When we get married and get pregnant, people complain. So I don't know what you people want from women, but I think you put 80% of the burden of the world on us and the rest to the men. If I give birth for my man and I carried the child for 9 months and probably had to go off work, and when the children are sick, somehow automatically the mom has to help them. There's a behind in the previous session that said her kid got sick and she had to quit her job because her body got a day or two off to go and take care of the child. But the men are never called. I have been in the formal sector before, and every time the child would be sick, the mom would have to leave work. Where is the husband? Most of them were married, happily married. Their husbands were active in the relationship, but not in the children's life. So I think the men need to pull their side of the burden when it comes to kids, and be there for the kids. Once in a while, pick the kids from school. Why does it have to be the woman to dress them up in the morning and still pick them from school, and when they're sick, she has to leave work, yet you still expect her to thrive in the work environment? So I really think the guys are letting us down when it comes to that side of the coin.
Guys, level up.
Okay, my answer to that gentleman is that's just an effect of having more men in power than women. There are very few women in leadership roles, and that's just, the men can't relate because they don't have the empathy. They do not understand what it means, to be in those situations and lead. So we still have a long journey, that's for sure, with gender biases in leadership, but I'm very positive that we are making changes in having more women in power, and I think when we have more women in power, there will be more empathy, and there will be more, leading with diligently, and there will be a shift. But it's going to be I think everybody should take it as their own, even for the women, we should be much more aware of that and empower other women into, leadership positions, and with empathy. And whatever Manuela was saying about lactation centers, that's something that I'm happy that, most of our clientele in the corporate space have, been able to take up, because all these are design challenges, really.
But let me say something also about some of us women who lie. When you have so much strength, you tell your boss that your child is sick, yet your child is not sick. You use our womanhood to your advantage. I want to tell you that the rest of us women, we are not happy with you because you make us look bad. Sometimes you have the strength, then you deceive that you don't have the strength. I suggest that those of us who are fine, let us be fine, especially for our sisters who find a hard time carrying their children, or whose children are really like sicklers. Yeah? Let us be mindful that we have to create a change. We're not going to ask people to be lenient with us just because we have the uterus. Because some of us, we are really strong. I could wear high heels until my 9th month. And my children are perfectly healthy children. And I knew that I needed to still stay in my job, in my workplace, in the bank, so that another woman who gave birth to sicklers, when she says her child is sick, the boss can say, you know what? Her child must really be sick, because if Manuela is here and she's able to, it looks like if she was also able to, she would have stayed. But now, Bambi, she can't. But now, as all of us women are sick, all of us, even the ones who are not throwing up, And yet you have no, and yet when you're with your friends, you tell them, I don't have any morning sickness. But you're the one, when you are too lazy to go to work, you say you have morning sickness. You're making the rest of us who have challenges during pregnancy and childbirth have problems. I'm telling you, I'm now also grateful for things like technology. The other day they called me and told me that my son was unwell. And when they told me that my son was unwell, instead of getting upset that they hadn't called my husband, I called WhatsApp doctor, Rocket Health, and they managed the situation. So that now all I had to do was go and hold my son, instead of going through a queue, yeah, to take care of. So the school now has their cards, so that if they ever get sick, all they have to do is call Rocket Health. So for certain things like that, you as a mom, when you can, the truth is you don't have to go to hospital every day for a flu. Come on. Call Rocket Health. Let them manage it. You gonga, it's an emergency also, because that's the only time they will call the father. When it's an emergency, your phone is off, that's when they call the dad. Also, you let them call you when it's an emergency. Don't call me if it's a cough and a flu. Call Rocket Health. Yeah, I've stopped.
Yes. Thank you. All she's saying, use your chance very well. Don't ruin the chances for other people. We are tired of liars.
Julian, maybe we shall take one more. We're really
yes.
doing badly on time.
Yes. Briefly, one person is responding on your end, Bob.
Thank you. My name is Patricia, and my question goes to Joy. Diana has a business partner. Joy, do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
Manuel, do you have a business partner?
I had, then we parted ways.
Okay, so I think this will be to you. My concern is, how do you do it without a business partner, especially if you're running like different businesses, or you have a job and you have to run this other business as well? And how do you manage a business partner for someone who has one? Because when we're looking at women businesses, most women prefer being alone. Like, I want to run my business solo. And yet we realize that most businesses where there are business partners, they actually last longer. In case of anything, at least there's always someone to help you out. So how do you do it without a business partner? How do you do it with a business partner? Thank you.
Manuela.
I'll start the one with the business partner. How do I do it with a business partner? Like I had said earlier, number one is respect of everyone's, expertise and, the value they bring. I think you really, really, really have to have that mutual respect, for what the other does and what, you also do. I know that, certain times they might help you in certain areas and you may also help them in other areas. Number two is, I find business very, it's a big commitment. So communication is very, very important in terms of, there may be a misalignment of expectations. You might have expected, the partner to do this, or you might have expected them to, pull through a certain weight and maybe they didn't, or I don't know what the misexpectation may be, but communication helps, and being open to taking feedback, the both of you, like knowing that at the end of the day, like I said, you have to have shared values. When you have shared values, you'll understand that whatever feedback is being given to you is not feedback out of bad faith. It's just, it's feedback, it's management. You can't run a business without, talking about what is going wrong. So communication, mutual respect, what would the third one be? I think those two are very, very important. I think, shared values, the shared values and the mutual respect for, for the two of you, and communication. There are three. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it's important to find someone that has the skills that you don't have. Personally, I am a people-oriented person. I am a customer satisfaction person. I am the staff well-fed, are they happy with their salaries kind of person, to the expense of the business. And my business partner is profit-oriented. So there is a balance of, are we making money, but is everyone still happy? I guess that's what I can say about having a partner. Just look for someone that complements you, especially in the places you're not very strong?
So we had all that. We had very good communication. Our skills complemented each other. We had very good shared values, which were, so all those are the three things that they've said that are all very important. However, the fourth one was that you have to kind of be in the same life cycle, I think. I had reached a place in my life where I was ready to take on the company on its, like, to take it, because I left the bank to do this full time, and she was not yet in that place. And so there were certain decisions that I wanted. So before I was not in the business, I was working in the bank. She was working in a telco. We were all doing surveillance management from top, like as if, what's that machine that now goes up and... Drone. We were doing drone management from up, never inside. And then now when I went into the business, I was in. So I was seeing what she was not seeing. Before was seeing the same thing, was seeing numbers, analytics, Excel sheets, whoa. But now I was inside, I was seeing the reactions of parents. I was seeing their children get sick. So there were certain decisions that I wanted to make that didn't make sense to her because she was still drone managing. And yet she was not planning on leaving her career anytime soon. And so it's at that point that we realized that we're now seeing two different pictures, and we needed to let the partnership go. So I would say, make sure that you're in the same life cycle. You have children at the same time, kind of. You're getting married at the same time. So that kind of like, even what's happening, your external forces are the same. So right now, how I'm managing without a business partner is, I'm not too sure if I'm managing yet. I'll be finding out next year. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, good. What have they said? You have to be in the same seasons of life so that you can speak to each other. The other is your skills have to be complementing each other so that there is a blend. Accountant, marketeer, you all can be competing with each other. I missed yours. Was it the same? Yeah. Same. So I think we'll have to wrap up. Let's clap for ourselves. You did a good job.
Yes, so Julian, before we wrap up, I'm told we have maybe 2 minutes to spare.
2 minutes.
I want to use those 2 minutes to give the panel an opportunity
to pitch.
So people have been whispering to me that they have questions for the panel. So I'm going to request the panel members to ask each other just one question quickly, and then we wrap up.
Each other, okay.
Yeah. Just one question. Ask someone on the panel.
My question is for you.
Manuela?
Yeah. How do you peacefully split up with your partner?
Ooh. Hot. How do you peacefully split up?
That's a great question. And I'm saying it's a great question because even this morning, I absolved a business this morning. You sit down and you speak truth. I'm big on truth, clearly. I don't try, you know that Ugandan thing that we like to do, and especially if you're Muganda, you like to cover things, the truth. No, you see now, we're not making money. I see where the problem is because I'm in the business. You're not able to see it. And then you have to reach a place because by the time we're done, how much money had she invested in terms of monetary cash and non-monetary cash, including her wishes and dreams for the business. And then we agreed that the business would pay her back. Yeah, because you also have to be honest with yourself. If she's having to leave the business, there has to be something. But you want to break up and say, hey, you put in your money, now it's over. No, we needed to live properly. And I was saying, so is this amount enough to account for the time you've put in, the dreams you had for this business? Is it enough? Is it okay? She's like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm good with that. And then I would come back and say, but now you see that company, you see, now after the pandemic, they closed us. I don't think we can be able to pay you back as a business the way we've been paying you. Okay, because of the pandemic, okay, let's reduce the amount to this side. So we're even still talking, especially since we are still in the payment, in the payment process. And even because we are still in the payment process with her, she still is in charge, quote unquote, in charge of signing off my checks, so that I don't cheat her. Yeah, she didn't see money coming in. Oh no, we've separated, so now she's not even engaged in the business. But no, as I said, at the point, we have to pay you back. And for us to pay you back, I still need you to see what the finances look like. So that I'm not coming and saying we don't have money, yet we have money. I'm not coming and saying we don't have money and we don't have money, but you think I'm lying. But now when you are seeing on the account there's 2 million, how do we pay you 2 million also? We can't. So you make it possible for both of you. And that's comfortable. She sees our finances. She still signs off our checks like she's my partner. But that's just because I need her. I need to be, she's a friend and I don't want to lose my friendship. I need her to be able to see the money that is in the company. And why I'm not paying her back, she can't see it right there in front of her. Yeah.
Good. Honesty, accountability, shared
Thank you.
values. Very good.
So,
Any other?
Manuela, do you have any question? Or Diana, do you have any question for anyone on the panel?
Yeah. Actually, it's
To
not
Joy.
even a question. It's maybe possibly a suggestion. I think one of the things that we struggle with, people who have maids, people who have cleaners in their offices, is how to teach the people that do work, do the cleaning work, especially with Ugandan products. Whenever I go to a YouTube video on how to clean a toilet, they're talking about Clorox, they're talking about what? Disinfectant wipes. I'm like, which disinfectant wipes in this country? So have you thought of doing like kind of like mini series that people can possibly watch, buy and watch, so that I can train the girl who works at my centers to be able to, because if yes, I would like to purchase.
Okay, so we are working on a program where we do training for, say you have a maid or you are bringing in like a housekeeper, a stay-in housekeeper. They can work with us for 1-2 weeks or a month, and then they learn what to use where and what to do, what not to do, where to clean regularly, how often to clean it. Then about making it like series.
Yeah, but no, please make it a video series, because these house girls,
The reason why
you
I
can
can't
have
make
her and you train her for 2 weeks and she leaves after 2 weeks. If you give us a YouTube link, which we've paid for, we can train her, a girl, even if she leaves tomorrow, we are like, bye. Because when the next one comes, we just give her a link and she watches.
Yes,
Manuela.
Thank you. I have thought about it, and the reason why I haven't taken it up yet is because I'm a social media influencer and I push certain brands. So for me to do that, I would have to, for example, post Clorox and what it does. And then if I have an opportunity to work with Vim or any other like detergent, I already said Ariel does better for me in this without trying out maybe others. So it kind of contradicts with my social media influencing and digital marketing. So that is why I haven't done it. So I usually try out the brands that have hired me to push their brand. Yeah, that's why I have not taken it up. Yeah.
But it would be a good opportunity in the
Definitely
future.
a good opportunity when I am financially stable enough to give free advice. I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be free to be paid
I
for.
would want to do it free. As I said earlier, I am a people-oriented person, so you would have to do a lot of convincing.
I would like to
I
speak to
can
your
tell you for a
business
fact,
partner.
you
I'd
can
like to
make
speak
money
to our
out of
business
it.
partner,
And
yeah.
I think we can share more about it so that people don't take advantage of you being a people person, but take advantage of that skill set to make money out of it.
I was going to tell her, sign up for High Innovator, my dear.
Interesting,
CJ.
Diana. Any question, Diana?
Sign up.
Yeah, I have a question, and I have a question for Manuela. Yes. No, they're not finished. What has been? I'm asking you because I mean you're our senior here.
Wow.
So just a moment, Manuela.
Bob, they've said I'm your senior, I'm finished.
Just a moment, Diana. Sorry, Manuela. So as you make your submission, I would also like you to use that opportunity to share your parting shot to that woman out there who would love to start a business, or they're in a business, but they're struggling on how to get it right.
Okay.
My question to Manuela is, what has been your resounding lesson? Like if you look back, I mean, even with an open mindset, sometimes you think you've been open-minded and you know what the challenge is, and years down the road, there is a resounding lesson. What has been the resounding lesson? I would want to pick from wisdom, because wisdom is very, very painful. It takes experience. Yeah.
Manuela, they're
And I would say
winking at
that
me,
it's my parting
but
shot.
You have 2 minutes. I'm sorry for cutting you short. You have
But
2
Bob,
minutes.
I don't know why
I
you
know.
why you do
See,
this
Julian
to
is
me.
right here winking at me, and I'm
Come
like,
here, I
come
have
on,
many
Julian.
words. My parting shot, which is actually exactly what you've asked, is that there's so many ways to get to Entebbe. You can use the bypass. You can use here, like if you're at plot 1, which is Constitutional Square, I think.
Yes.
No, post office. If you're at post office, there's so many ways to get to Entebbe. So many. Have you seen them already in your mind? Yeah? And there's different means of transport you can use. You can use a helicopter, a chopper. You can use a boda. You can use a car. You can use someone's car. You can use an Uber. There's so many ways you could get to Entebbe. I want to tell you that it doesn't matter which route you take. God help you that it is the right route on the right means of transport. But from what I know, usually it isn't. Never fear to get off the border if you thought the border was the better one, because now you've realized it's raining and you're on a border on your way to Entebbe. Yeah? And so you now have to go off the border and hail a taxi to take you. Don't fear. Get into that taxi. Then reach somewhere and realize they're building the road. So you have to go back to post office to get a chopper that's using that. You don't know which one is going to work at which time and which season of your life. The worst thing that you can do is stay in one place.
Right.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
We'll have also Diana and CJ make their parting shots, and then we'll call it a wrap. To be very unfair, it will be very unfair.
Okay.
In under
Now
30
I'm standing
seconds,
here.
Diana and CJ, you can see she has stopped
I'll
winking.
say a quick one. A quick one is it's progress over perfection. I'll say progress over perfection. Every single day, like you can't have it figured out every single day, but just keep going at it each single day. Take feedback each single day and try to make a reroute where things are not working. So progress over perfection. That would be my parting shot. And I wish everyone the best of luck. If you're an entrepreneur or you're not an entrepreneur, I wish you the best of luck.
Nice, nice, nice. Give it to them. Give it to them. Joy?
I won't say what they already said, but I endorse. And what I would like to add is if there is anyone here that is running a business that is not registered, that is not NSSF URSB friendly, please go and do it. Because if you are running an unregistered business, yes, you'll make money from the people that don't mind, but it will hold you from very many opportunities. And with time, you're going to get to a place where you need 3 years of experience or existence, and you've been existing for 7, but you do not have registration papers. Now you're going to register today, and you're not going to be able to qualify for the high innovator money because you did not register. So if you're running a business that is not registered, please register it today.
Nice.
See,
What a
Julian?
better way to end.
Julian,
Call to
you see
action.
that? You heard that?
Yes.
Are you happy?
Yes, yes, yes. So Bob, I'm taking the mic off you, but before we close, guys, a round of applause for our panelists. Moderators, and look at their presentation, guys. When you're coming, leads, did they tell you the dress code? No, but you see, another round. Something for you to note, we have another session in here, Fundraising 101 for women entrepreneurs. Those of you who want high innovator money, look out for that session. It's in this room. And there is another session happening, capacity building on gender mainstreaming for enterprise support organizations. ESOs, all of you who are supporting entrepreneurs, there is a session happening in Aswa. Yes, Aswa. Aswa is on the next level down. Please head there. Okay, let's leave. Thank you. Capacity building on gender mainstreaming for entrepreneurship support organization is in Kafu, below, downstairs. Okay.
Are you ready for this?
get it back? Am I going to get it back by you paying me back, meaning you're buying the shares that I bought when I invested? Is it debt that you're going to just pay me back with interest? In most cases, if you're looking for equity, which most VC funds are putting in, with a few exceptions, if a fund is doing equity, it means they have to sell those shares at some point for them to get back their money. Now they sell their shares either back to you, so your business must be able to buy back those shares, or they'll sell it to another investor, meaning there must be an opportunity for another investor to come in later on, or they have to sell the business to another person. So if you're reading an equity term sheet, it will have all those things. Unfortunately, some people just sign it. But if a VC fund actually wanted this money, even if you own majority stake in the business, they could actually sell the business if they wanted. And so they will have what they call a drag along clause in the agreement. Meaning, if they wanted to sell their 10% and the person they are selling to wants 50%, they will have a right to force you to sell your 40%. Those terms are usually in the contract. And that is why they put them there. Because they have to force you to sell for them to get back their money. So if you're building a business that cannot be sold, you're not a darling for VC funds. And which businesses can easily be sold? Tech businesses can easily be sold. And that has to be the mindset, especially if you're going to raise a lot of money. Very disappointing, isn't it? If you're running a typical Ugandan business, you're in manufacturing, you're cleaning business, it's not a darling for VC funds. I think the beauty is that they are coming, we are sort of seeing alternative structures come up, what we call evergreen funds, like Shona Capital, which is an evergreen fund, meaning an evergreen fund is going to exist forever. That's the idea. And so we are not on pressure to invest. So it's important that you look at the type of fund you're approaching when you're building your pipeline. Because an evergreen fund has no pressure to invest, and in some cases they have alternative structures beyond equity, so they are looking at debt as well, right? They're a better investor for you if you are not in the tech business, or if you are not building a business that can be sold or that can scale that fast. I think what is important to learn, because this applies to all people, is that everyone that is investing money has to return that money, and has to return it at a multiple. And so when you're presenting your business, you have to present an opportunity for this person to put in money with the ability to get it out. So when they are pricing you, they are looking at how much money will I get back, over how long, and what are the chances that indeed I'll get it back, which is in the finance world called risk. All right. So why do investors say no, in summary? And that, usually we say no best because of that pressure, right? Because of that structure. But this applies to all investors. Number one, investors will usually say no, and Pamela will talk about this more, especially as it relates to women. If you do not have evidence of what they call product market fit, if you don't have evidence that whatever product you're building, irrespective of whether you're a woman or man, that the product you're building indeed has a market, it has customers, right? And it is addressing the needs of those customers, then you are not a candidate for investment, because we do not see how you're going to make money. You only make money if whatever you're selling has a customer, and that customers are willing to pay for that product. Customers only pay for products that address their needs, and that's what we call product market fit. That is very important. And always show evidence in terms of statistics and in terms of your own traction. So if you have a pitch deck that doesn't give us evidence of product market fit, then that becomes a problem. That applies whether you're a man or woman. Now, like Manuela was saying, the difference with men is that sometimes they lie. They are more confident when they are lying. So they give us wrong figures and statistics. And you've seen that most startups that have collapsed after raising even $1 billion, in most cases they are run by men, including the recent one called the FTX. that collapsed. Right? So it is very important that you show that statistics, that data, and sell it. You don't have to lie, but this data exists. If you look for the data and put the figures in the faces of money, they have very strong margins. That's why they are very strong candidates. Because if one product is making a lot of money, it means selling $1 million is going to make us more money. If one product is losing money, it doesn't matter even if you sell $1 million. So from day one, when you're building the product, it is very important for you to look at your unit economics and make sure that this one product can make you money. Now, sometimes it doesn't come from day one. It takes a series of changes as you develop the product. And I'm sure all of you can attest to that. That the first product you make will most likely be a loss-making product. You'll change a few things, maybe in terms of inputs, maybe where you're buying from, until you get that product right. Once you get your unit economics right, then you start to be a strong candidate. If you approach investors before your unit economics makes sense, they'll say no. So I usually encourage entrepreneurs not to talk to investors until they have positive margins or positive unit economics. Because when you get a no, sometimes it's difficult for that no to change to a yes. You're better off going to an investor when you have the basics right. And even High Innovate, I think this is covered and is a requirement. The other thing is sometimes we reject because we don't think your market is big enough. We think your business is going to stay small. It's not going to give us enough return or competitive return. If you're selling, let's say you have a shop, right? It's a basic example, but if you have a shop, FMCG shop, we see a saturated market. We don't see how, that one shop is going to turn into maybe several shops. We won't give you money, right? So you always have to show us a bigger opportunity. We always want entrepreneurs that have that growth mindset. And this is natural for expatriates. And it's more natural for men to lie and, try to show heaven on earth in terms of size. They like big things, right? Especially expatriates. They can expound a very small thing into something that is big, using numbers and, again, just using confidence. So it is very important for you to show that, yes, I'm making shoes, and actually these shoes, I can sell 1 million shoes, not just in Uganda, but also in other countries. So that is more attractive than you saying, me, I'll grow slowly, and, I'll do my business slowly. And that's what women sometimes do, unfortunately, right? Because that's comfortable for you, you're risk averse. But the moment you say that, is a turn-off. The moment you say, I want to grow slowly, as long as I'm making some money, right? A man will come and say, I want to dominate this market, even when he has nothing, right? So I want to dominate, I think we can sell 1 million shoes. And by the way, we always know that those numbers, but we prefer to hear bigger numbers, by the way. It's natural. Because you prefer that mindset, even if you know it's wrong. Of course, we'll make our own adjustments, right? When we are deciding how much to give you and what valuation of the business, we'll make adjustments. But at least we are better off hearing someone who is saying, I want to grow to $1 million, even when we know it's going to grow to 500K, right? Because if you tell us you want to grow to 100K, you're likely to end up at 50K. And we will say no, because that's not a strong opportunity. Like I said, even me at Shona Capital, who is giving small money, I prefer to give someone 10K when I know he's going to come back and I give him 50K. If I realize this is someone I'll give 10K and that is it, I would rather not. Because I'm going to spend 2 hours or 3 hours analyzing that business. Now, if I'm the one analyzing, you have to think about how much is this person being paid, who is analyzing a 10K investment. And there is never going to be another 50K. So it's very important for you to, again, even if you think you got 500K, be more ambitious and at least say $1 million. Then investors will know, okay, right? So if you show us a market that we don't think will grow big enough, that is also a turn off. And lastly, which is actually most important, is sometimes we simply just don't trust you. If you fail to earn our trust, it doesn't matter how good your idea, if you fail to earn our trust of an investor as a person, that is it. You never get through that person's door. The question is, what does trust mean? Now, trust is a mix of feelings, like natural, I just have to like you. You see, when deals come to the IC, when we are proving, the person that is going to defend you and say this person has to get money is the person you face. In some cases, they call them portfolio managers or analysts, right? That person you talk to is the one that is going to defend you. In some cases, they will even exaggerate things you told them just so that you get the money. And why? Because they have, for the lack of a better word, they have fallen in love with you. They like you as a person. And that comes from subtle things, like you kept time, you were clear, you talked well, you were nice to them, right? That is very important, unfortunately, or fortunately. And it's natural. Secondly, the more objective way of earning trust is selling your expertise. Because this business, the success of a business, again, whether it's run by a woman or man, depends on the entrepreneur, the person behind it, and whether they will execute on the idea. Everyone has ideas. All the people that were here have ideas. But not all those ideas are going to succeed. Even if I got the same idea and gave it to you today, let's say mobile learning. We say, okay, everyone has a software. You can go do mobile learning. You have the same amount of money, the same market. Not all of you will succeed. And the difference is going to be in the people behind the business and their ability to execute. And that has to do with their skill set. It has to do with their coachability and whether they're able to learn quickly from the market. And it has to do with their ability to bring on other people on the team that have the skill sets that they don't. So in a team, to earn trust, you have to show your skill set, right? And you have to show your ability to learn. Coachability is very important. Usually, if I find an entrepreneur who is always saying yes, he's always giving me a rosy picture and saying everything is going well, that is a red flag. I want an entrepreneur who is going to say, we are doing very well here, but we are struggling here, and we need help. Or, we are struggling here, and this is what we are trying to do to solve that problem. That is a better entrepreneur. Because otherwise, they wouldn't be High Innovator or any of these programs. In any case, investors would have no value if they are just giving us money. So you earn trust if you show that you are coachable, that you are willing to learn, and that you accept your mistakes, and that you are skilled and know what you're doing. It is very important. That is 50% of the decision. If the team is good and experienced, but there are a couple of other gaps, usually investors are willing to overlook those gaps and invest. So if you're going to do anything to improve your ability to raise money, is to work on yourself. And yourself is your skill set, how you present yourself, how you talk about your own experience, and how you relate with people. Because how you relate with me tells me a lot about how you're going to manage your team. And yet the biggest risk in a business is failure to manage a team. If you fail to manage a team and get your people to execute, it doesn't matter how much money you have. And it won't matter how good your idea is. So when you're raising money and talking to investors, take it as a debt. In our fund, I have someone who has given me money. That person gives me about 300K every year. They have never come here. They have actually never met me in person. They're high net worth individual. They were only introduced to me and we've talked. But they have trusted. They have gotten to a level where they trusted me. And that is important. So when you're having conversations, especially the first conversation with an investor, take it as a debt. You're meeting someone. This is a person, not an investor. Because the moment you have that mindset, right, you build a warm relationship with this person. And Bazungu are very good at that. You see, when I was on the other side, before I started investing, I used to think this is cultural bias, it is racism, it is, you get it? That's why these Wazungu get money, but that's not all of it. It's a bit of it, but it's not all of it. These guys are better at managing relationships, people. They will charm you in the first meeting, right? They will be nice to you. And they will take it as a conversation. Say, can we grab tea, you know? And then you talk about family for the first 30 minutes. You, the first minute, you're opening your laptop and presenting slides. You don't know how I am, whether I have family, whether... Right? So you're creating this artificial relationship, and it's all about investment. It's all about my business. And if that is the fact, then we are going to go facts. We are like, okay, open your slides. You have zero traction. Sorry, I have another meeting. But if you create that warm relationship, I'll listen to you, and I may be honest with you and tell you, you know what? If you change this and this, and I'm willing to help you change it, I think we might be able to invest. I may give you intel because, you know, of that relationship. So that is very important. And that is what fundraising is, really. It's about relationships, creating relationships with investors. And women are so good at that. I wish they would actually leverage that. Because men sometimes are too transactional. Right? We are too transactional. We are dealers. We want to deal. We go into a meeting, we want to deal, and that's it, right? So, in summary, before Pamela comes in, if you were to work on your investment readiness, there are 4 key things, in addition to what I've said, which was to give you insights. Make sure you can present a strong team. If you don't have a strong team when you're starting, is yourself and your co-founder. That is it, right? Because when I say team, someone is saying, but I need money to hire, or excuses all the time. A team is you and your co-founder initially, right? But so you have to present yourself very strongly. Scalability is important. No one wants something that is going to stay small. If it is going to stay small, then you're better off going to your family, and people are going to come in because they want something that is going to grow and give them a return, right? So scalability is very important. And then governance. This is where also we fail a lot. Governance and accountability. Local entrepreneurs fail a lot here. We don't want to have boards. We don't want to be accountable. You want to be a sole signatory. You want to spend the money as much as you want, how you want. You don't want to keep books of accounts. When we ask for books of accounts, you forge. And yet we know how to know that these are forged audited accounts. There are audit firms I know for sure. If I see, I put aside. So accountability and governance, very important. And a lot of us fail there, right? And mostly it's usually financial management and boards. And then lastly is traction, evidence. Use the small wins to show evidence of traction. If you tested if you tested your product and customers gave you good feedback, keep that feedback. Data. Data is very important. Data is very important. If you have those and have a strong, that is essentially equivalent to a strong business plan. Then it becomes about what is your customer acquisition plan. How are you going to acquire customers? Once you convince us on that, then you have very strong chances. And again, this applies to all, including high innovator, all investors. It is very important. So even due diligence is actually about verifying these things. When we talk about due diligence, we're essentially trying to verify these things. Yeah, so I'll end there. Maybe I'll take 2 midterm questions, and then Pamela can come in to talk about the more specific things.
Much, sir. You talked about, and we were already, okay, I'll talk of myself. When we went for the VETA session, they were telling us how NSSF will be having 6% equity, and then you can only sell it out 2% if you can raise 200 million until they are 2% and they decide what to do with it. Now that you explained what that equity means, it creates a double mind. Should I go for this? Should I go not? What do you advise?
So I think the first thing is 6%, so it's a minority stake, and it may be 2%, I think, because you have the opportunity, I think, to buy back some equity, right? Yeah, so it is about the agreement. So the question is that agreement entrepreneur friendly, right? I think what you have to be very careful about if I remember, I don't think we have that clause in that agreement, is what they call drag along clause. You can go and read about it because we don't have time and fun. There is what they call a drag along clause. Drag along is essentially we shall pull you along if we are selling. That's what it means. Drag along. So you have to read that clause and understand what are the circumstances within that, that will force these guys to force me to sell. If you convince yourself with that, but I don't think we have that clause in that agreement. But even if it is there, you have to read it and understand what are the circumstances of that drag along. If it is flat and they simply say, as long as we want to sell, whether it's at 2%, we shall drag you along without any additional, then that is a red flag. And so, treat NSSF as an investor and take the advice I'm giving. I think they'll be happy if you take the same advice and ask them the questions, if that clause is there. But as far as I recall, it's not. So drag along, very dangerous clause, and most investors have it there. And it is fair, to be honest. In this market, where there are no IPOs, where there are no options for me to exit, how? But now I have someone who wants my shares, and the only thing they require is that even you sell part of your share. I think it's a fair clause, and it has to do with the circumstances of our markets. What is important is for you to read the details of that. And just make sure it also gives you the opportunity to make sure you're selling. For example, you could also add and say, you need to be part of the negotiation. It shouldn't be that the investor negotiates, he has only 10%, he negotiates, then he brings the term sheet and he wants me to sell on the same terms. Maybe you could say, but I'll also have a right to be part of that negotiation. So those are details you discuss. Any other question? One, yeah.
I'm called Muchala Martha Wandera. If I want Shona to invest in me, what is the percentage? 2, how different is Shona from, let me say, DFCU? Yes.
So because we do that, you can say we are like the difference is we are concessional on, we won't ask for your land title. Actually, right now, 100% of our portfolio is uncollateralized, meaning there is no security for them. So we are trusting the person. So for me to trust you, it means there are certain things I'm going to ask that are not land titles. I'm going to have to trust you as a person, trust the business, and say, okay, I think for us that are doing that, it's about character. So my assessment is purely based on character. I have, financial gurus doing a lot of spreadsheets. I look at them, right, just to convince myself that the business you're doing is right. So I look at unit economics. Is the most important thing for me. The historical financials, I don't look at. I look at your bank statements to see if you have a business that is running, right? But most importantly, I'm trying to get comfortable with you and saying that if DFC is lending and asking for a title, they have back. That is their fallback position. What is mine? Mine is your character. I just have to trust that if the business works and there is money on the account, you will pay me. And that if indeed the money comes, you won't first buy a Subaru before paying me. I don't know why entrepreneurs like Subarus, but usually when they get money from investors, they buy a Subaru. So I have to trust that you won't buy what? A Subaru. That is the main difference. Yeah? Interest rates is a bit concessional, so I go below, sometimes up to as low as 18% on the UGX. But it's not very concessional. We are trying to do a bit of concessions on a few other sectors like agriculture. So very soon we may have concessions on agriculture, maybe women sometimes to come, but for now not yet, but next year we might. So my concessions right now are on how you get the money, mostly, yeah. This is annual rates, eh?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pamela Abonyo, and I think my colleague David has really spoken a lot about fundraising from an investor side. I'll just talk a little bit and maybe just ask a few questions even before I begin. How many of you have been able to raise any funding for your business? And if you can share, we'll try to be as quick as possible.
Hello everyone, my name is Juliana. I own a company called Cloud Green Renewable Energy, supporting SMEs in the transition to clean energy, and we raised grant funding of $150,000.
Congratulations.
Hello everyone, my name is Farida Nalunkuma. I run an agribusiness that specializes in dried fruits. And we've raised money through family, through friends, but also competitions. Yeah.
All right, so we have two different kinds of funding. That is grants, right? And incubators and accelerators, and what they call a love fund. From family and friends, and also I think through grants as well. Yes, pitching. So in my experience in raising funds, especially for women, I remember one of the saddest cases I've had this year actually was a lady who was running a charity in, I know this is slightly different, but it's her business, it's what she does every day. She was running a charity in Karamoja, and a friend had already talked to me and said, we're raising funds, I have money seated, I need someone running a project in Karamoja. So I reached out to her, and I can tell you till today, she has never even gotten back to me. And it's, honestly, it was a done deal. There was no need even for a lot of paperwork. The person who had this money, like Shona, trusted me enough to make that decision. Really, funding is about relationships. And the one thing we as women fail to do is take those chances that are in front of us. We are too afraid. We feel we are unworthy. I don't know where we get this, but even I sometimes feel that way. We feel unworthy of this money. You know, this is someone who was struggling to even get transport from Karamoja to Kampala. And I've reached out and offered my services to help write her pitch, write her proposal, but she wasn't willing to take this money, which was about 150K, which could help her run for years. And this was just an annual fee, because she's doing good work. You've seen what's going on in Karamoja. And she just didn't start doing it yesterday because there's a problem. She does this every day, is what she does. I feel that we as women, I know one of his last reasons why funding may not happen is because we are not confident. And me, I'll rank it #1 for women. I sat in I work for a company called FinAccess. We are a fintech. And I sat in one of the funding meetings. And these are men who own these companies. They are raising $10 million. And it's, for me, I was so shocked because I'd never sat in a funding space in debt. I've sat in equity funding, and coming from my banking experience, I know what debt funding looks like. But you're getting debt at really low rates of 2%, which is unheard of in the Ugandan market. Shona talked about upwards of 18%, which me, I think is high. He should reduce the interest rate. But that's because of the risk involved in our industry, in our economy, that's why our interest rates are so, the cost of borrowing is so high in this industry. So it's very difficult to ask for low interest rates. So you find that we as women, we are not confident. How many times have you walked in a room and you failed to pitch? And also another thing I've noticed is our teams. He's talked about our team. When you ask someone, please tell me who your team is. Oh, I don't pay people salary, it's only me. Yet you have a core. You have volunteer friends. You have resources around you that you already use. Maybe you can tell us a bit what you did before you got that funding. What did your business plan look like?
So before we got the funding, our startup was really doing door-to-door delivery of fresh foods, but then we had a challenge of transportation, and we wanted to reduce food wastage in markets by doing last mile delivery, but then the transport cost was high and there's still pollution with the fuel bikes. So we looked at an opportunity. There was a call for an application. Of course, we have a team of co-founders. We have a finance person with a finance background, a tech person, an M&E person, and then my background is in entrepreneurship and business development and community engagement. And then, of course, since we are looking into creating technologies, we hired an engineer. But that one is not part of the co-founders. Then we applied for this funding and got it by looking at underserved communities. So in building the team, we're looking at our strengths and then what everyone brought on the table. Because at the start, we could not pay everyone a salary, so we needed to get people who would bring the skills, because we have a mobile application, and the tech person had to build it fast without being paid, but eventually when we got the funding, then we could pay for other things with the mobile application, then build the e-bikes that we have, the solar dryers that we have eventually with the money that we got, and also have more impact. And of course, right now we're looking to scale, so we're looking for more investment so that we can grow bigger, but the team is core and we have the skill set. Even if we don't have salaries, the company can keep growing. Yeah.
All right, thank you. You look like you're on the right track to a $20 million fund. Maybe someone else can share what has hindered their getting funding in terms of a team. If anyone has tried getting funding, either through equity or debt funding. No one? Like what was the structure of your team? Because I noticed that the team is very key in order to get funding. To say that you have all these skill sets, like I said, she didn't have all the team together and paying a salary, but the one thing she had the skill set, and she tapped into her network to make sure that, one, she starts from door to door. Now she has an engineer and some sort of software or app running that will help make her business more efficient. I think for me, those are the key things in terms of raising funds. Your team is very key, and your team needs to be trustworthy. They don't necessarily have to sit with you 9 to 5. Yeah. And in terms of coming from banking and now in tech, one of the key things that I've seen is the business plans that have come across on my table. If your skill set is not writing business plans, ladies, please hire someone. Talk to someone and give them, say, if I get this running, this is a percentage that you will get. It does not hurt to pay a little in order. Don't be too afraid to tap into that resource that you might have. Maybe you pay them, or through innovative sessions like this to make sure that your business plan is solid. And business plans really have only a few things, like 7 things. Your pitch deck is very important. David talked about the pitch deck. And what does your pitch deck have? What is your product? He already talked about product market fit, so I will not talk too much about it, also due to time, because I know traffic is going to be an issue. But I'll try to be as brief as possible. Detailing, some of us can't even explain what our product really is. If I pick one of the funders here, those who are not on the table that I was seated on, there's one who asked about equity. Yes. What is the product that you sell?
I sell shea butter. I extract it in its raw form, and now I've started adding value. I have a chain of products for the hair and for the skin. For the hair, we have shampoo, we have leave-in conditioner, steam treatment, and hair food. Then for the body, we have body cream, we have a scrub, body scrub, and an after scrub oil. We have a hand lotion and lip balm. That's what I sell.
This is my corner. Where can I find you? So, interestingly, Ugandan shea butter is the most expensive in the world. Yes, it's more expensive than West Africa because of how it melts easily and it's easy to blend into other products. So, even before you start selling your own product, how you do your pitch deck, it has, like David was saying, you have to lie a bit. There's a lot of lying involved in pitching. The Christian in me was very shocked when we started preaching, pitching. I was like, Jesus, forgive me. Yeah, you have to, everything has to be elevated. And now you think about the shea butter movement. I know I'm from northern Uganda. This is something we've used for years. It's just caught fire the last 5-10 years. Now it's even too expensive for us. And seeing how it is, how do you make sure that your pitch deck speaks beyond what you have told me? Actually, what I would have wanted to say, I sell shea butter, the most expensive in the world. If you watch, there's a YouTube program called Business Insider. They have something called So Expensive. You will realize how expensive our shea butter is. And just putting yourself in that mindset, saying this is a product that is world-renowned. This is a product that can sell anywhere. And you walk in with confidence. And when you're putting it in your business plan, you can scale. Just look at how shea butter has scaled in Uganda, in the shelves or across East Africa, because, guys, shea butter only grows in West Africa, and a small belt in northern Uganda, which my family has 100, like shea butter trees that are 100 years old in our compound. So it's just a sliver of northern Uganda, not even the whole of northern Uganda. So there, your pitch deck, if you had pitched to me, for me, I would have just said that's what everyone else is doing. There's Livara, there's Kentaro, there's so many other people who are doing it. But how do you make me as an investor buy your product? Add in some sugar. You know, food sometimes needs sugar when it's too bitter. You know, I know it might not seem practical, but if your tomatoes are too many, put too much tomato in the soup, the easiest way to get rid of it is put a bit of sugar for it to taste perfect. So that's how your pitch deck should look like. I've seen so many business plans that do not even meet the cut. Ladies, you need to invest. Either there are master classes online on how to write a business plan, a solid one. Please invest time. Internet. Some of us work 9 to 5s. From 5 to 7, sit in your office and study these things. It will help you get all the funding that you need. Okay. He also talked about documentation. Someone was talking about documentation earlier. If you have not registered your company, ladies, I know we like briefcase in the companies, but one thing you need to do is register your business because it opens you up to so much funding. Make sure your documentation is right. Make sure that your books are okay. Your books don't need to have an accountant, by the way. Funding in microfinance, we were giving these women who sold tomatoes on the street loans. How were we doing it? We were actually helping them learn. It's just your sales and your profit. Simple things, what you sold, what you invested in your business, and what the profit is. You don't need a massive accountant to help do your books. Make sure that your books are in order, and that's very key. Another thing is you need to know who you're going to invest, who you're going to for money. You can go to Shona, who will give you 10 years and there isn't a lot of pressure, or you go to other VC capital companies that, guys, once you get VC money, the pressure. If you are not ready with your business plan and you don't have things in line. I know we all want funding, but the money that's coming into Uganda is not, I think it was Numida that got $10 million recently. But that's one of the highest. In fact, they're all white-led companies. Safe Border, Numida, and the other is also a border company. Yeah? Yes, to Gende. Those are the ones who have over like 50 million, $100 million. It's confidence. I've never seen more confidence than a white man, guys. Watch how white men walk. They'll go and Nigerians. I remember this Nigerian who raised $10 million for his farm and then an extra $2 million for himself. So if you can ask that, I always tell my female friends, if Donald Trump could become president, who am I? Yes, guys, who am I not to do these things? Who am I? So let's have confidence as we go to pitch. Let us have our books in order. Let's put things. And I know some people who would say, these are the type of funders we're looking for. Especially if you're coming from a Christian background or Muslim. Especially Muslims, they'll say, has to be Muslim because of Islamic banking. Because you know how Islamic banking works. They have to have certain values that I have. It doesn't hurt to say, this is who I am and I will walk this path. I have chosen this path. If you keep saying, okay, now I'll jump here. This one looks like they have money. You find that by the time you jump, you've missed out an opportunity. So choose a path and stick to it. Sometimes it's, I call it pivot, but don't pivot your values. Pivot what's going on around you. Do not pivot your values as a business. That's why you end up finding, what did he call it? Where someone owns 6%, but is dragging you with your 40% to go and sell it. You see? So do not compromise your values when you're looking for funding. Because the funding is out there, guys. There's a lot of money in circulation, especially with heat. I know now investors are a bit shaky, but there is money out there for the right business. Negotiation. Guys, do you know the surveys show that women, almost 80% of women do not negotiate their salary. They say, okay, it's the same thing with raising capital. Keeps dancing. If you're looking for, say, $50,000 and they give you 45, why not ask for 100? I know some people say, no, I only ask for 50. We are too timid. No, it's nature to be cautious, but we are so cautious, we are so timid. Sometimes it's okay. They call us what? Let me not say that word here. That's what they call us if you're too strong. You come off too strong, but do they pay your bills? No. So make sure that you stand out from the crowd. I've seen we are too timid. When something we think is too good falls on our lap, we are too timid and we start second-guessing ourselves. For me, I jump, then I ask questions while I'm swimming. If it is fire, we'll dance there. So I really encourage ladies, because funding is out there for so many women businesses. Because surveys have shown that women businesses live longer. Women are able to pay back what they've borrowed. In the next year or so, you'll see how many tech companies are going to fall. Because one, the burn rate is too high, and you can't keep getting pre-seed, seed, but then I don't know, it will run out eventually because the model doesn't work. And women have businesses which models work, like yours. Your business models work. And you're not looking at, I need money now to buy a Range Rover. I don't know why he said Subarus. I see most VC capital invested companies buy Mercedes and Range Rovers. Subarus are for normal people. Yeah? So, ladies, your businesses will be successful if you just stand up one day and say, this is who I am, this is what I stand for, and these are the things that I want. Treat it like a relationship. That one might be a very huge tangent. I just gone through my head. Yeah? Treat it like you treat your children. If they come home, you love them, but you'll stand on how you want things done. But you're also willing to compromise, where it won't compromise you to the extent that that thing will get spoiled, that your child will run down the streets or become a drunkard. I think that was the best example. Yeah. So I'll take a few questions. I've tried to be as quick as possible. I'll take a few questions and then we can wrap up.
I'm asking for a friend because I also get this similar question. where can early stage women entrepreneurs go to search for these funding opportunities? And then for somebody who has been in business for a while, I guess you figure it out as you go. However, can you give, some insight as to, for some of us, okay, maybe I'll go to this website. There is this group that always posts. But can you share that out to other people so they know they don't feel stuck? Where can I go, right?
Okay, there are so many VC companies, but I'll say for the traditional businesses that we have here in Uganda, you can go to Shona for sure. They will definitely be able to advise. But I'll tell you, we have companies like Opportunity International. You'll be shocked, not the bank. They have programs for women. Finca Ventures. I remember they were saying that they only closed one the whole year. They only closed one for a woman-run business. One of the things I always advise people is no one is going to help you get these things. You have to search. You have to consider this your day job. You go online, you look for, just Google. Google has everything. They will show you where to go. I know there are many, Muchala also has, Muchala Ventures also has, this is run by a friend of mine called Carol, and that's what she does. She gets funding for female-led, owned or led businesses. There's so much funding out there, especially banks. I know DFCU has been in banking. Banks are trying to get women to grow and scale their businesses. So my recommendation is, yes, there are all these that we can say, but there are many more out there that even I haven't heard of that are small scale and are funding businesses across the world. I mean, what does Serena Williams of Serena Ventures an email? Will it kill you? Will you die if you send that email? It won't. And talk about your business, because she's investing. She's investing in Numida. She's investing across. She stopped playing tennis, so she's not investing. Her husband is an angel investor. Guys, it will not hurt. You will not die. Send an email to any firm that you find online and talk about your business. Because no one will do it for you. Yeah. Any more questions? This table, a round of drinks here.
Thank you so much. My name is Flavia. I'm a student at Makele University. I have many businesses. At first, in my year one, I started selling sweets to my fellow students. Then I can move to colleges. When I have a lecture at CTF2, for example, at 2 p.m., I make sure I go there at 1, and I start moving around with my sweets. After I settle somewhere, then people come and buy. Then I started honey at the end of my second year. So now I'm doing honey and earpins plus sweets. So how can I register my business beside the fear of like taxation, like high taxation? Because I think that's one of the fears people have that hinder them from registering their businesses. Because you see, like, you have little profits, actually not profits, your capital is low, and you are looking for ways of increasing that capital, and now here comes the taxation and other stuff. Thank you so much.
All right. You know, interestingly, this week, my younger brother came to me, and he said, I found this business, I want us to invest in it. Okay, it produces flavored water, and he said they have an issue with taxes.
I think generally as Ugandans, we are an overtaxed nation. That's the honest reality. Because of our low tax base, we are really, really overtaxed. And unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. But you see, the beauty of having a business that has paperwork is you can get funding. Because someone will see, yes, if you are able to scale, you're already making a profit. Tax is not that much. You can even, I think URA had some trainings on how, depending on how your business is registered, you don't need to pay all taxes. So it's about finding which category you can fit your business in and which tax exemptions you can get. For example, withholding tax, even, I'm not sure about, no, you can't, not VAT, but there's taxes that you can have concessions with the government. The government is not very difficult, I would say, per se, because they have programs to help businesses thrive. We just need to educate ourselves. I know a sweet business seems small, but I mean, see how Rolex started and where it is right now. So it's about how do you ensure that you are, because finding funding is readiness meets luck. Because you can do all the things that you want to do, but if you're not ready, like the lady I was talking about, who possibility of getting funding, she was not ready. So let's make sure that we have our books in order. Yeah. Any more questions?
Thank you so much, Pamela. My name is Catherine. I'm so privileged that we've listened to the wonderful session. Yeah, my question, Pamela, is that some of the things that have really hindered some of the young people to raise the funds, that when you reach to these investors, the donors, sometimes they ask you, what is your contribution? So what do you say about it? Like, if you're asking for $10,000, they always need a percentage. Like, how much can you contribute? And you find that you're a young business, you're a young lady in business, and you cannot contribute anything. And so how can I convince the donor that really when you give me this 10K, I will not contribute anything? Or how can I convince him to give me the 10K? So what should be my contribution towards that?
I think the previous speaker actually mentioned something in this regard. Really, investors are not looking, by the time you're looking for 10K, you don't have it. That's the reality. But friendships, the relationships you build, some of us have, like, we need to loosen up when we come before investors. There's humility and then there's knowing what you're doing. If I look at your business, I'll give an example. Just recently, someone came to me about they make chili, the most delicious chili I've ever eaten. And for them, their issue wasn't, yes, they have a capital issue, but then the issue was they didn't have the ability to talk to investors. And yet there's so much potential. So the investor that we got did not even say, oh, you don't have, what are you putting in? Because you're already putting into the business. The business is already there. Is there not enough putting in? But how do you interact with these investors? Is your pitch deck ready enough? Your business plan? Have you done it in a way that it will convince people? Sometimes it's really relationship-wise, because otherwise, if you had money to put in, you would not be asking. That's my belief. So let's smile and wave like Julian says, but let's be more, come as, when you go before, don't be timid. Be yourself, and yourself is what will sell. Because you're passionate about your business. And an investor will look at your passion rather than what you bring to it. A serious investor, in my belief, what you bring to the table in terms of cash.
if you're passionate, because I think passion is what drives a business. If you're not passionate about the business, then I have no need investing in your business because I will then burn cash and lose money. I hope that answers your question. Yes, one more question and then I'll...
Thank you so much. I'm Nakama Christine. My question is, you find that there are many entrepreneurs in product business that look out for funds. What about entrepreneurs in service? How easy is it, or how can you advise somebody in the service sector?
All right. So I think service sector is one, in your business plan, is there enough market for this service? Can you show, for example, if you're in there's someone who does events. If you do events, she said she does festivals, so I'll just say like weddings. How many weddings are in Uganda annually? And how much on average do these weddings do? So now you're doing projections of how much you're most likely to earn, even if you get 2% of the weddings in Uganda. So there you have a basis, because I think the average wedding in Uganda is about 40 million shillings, isn't it? I know someone told me that's too low, but even me, I think 40 million is too high. But the average wedding is 40 million. So imagine in Uganda how many people get married every day throughout the year. So it's about being able to show, one, able to project whatever service you're in, but also your current books, what are they showing? Are you making a small profit? How do you want to scale? Do you want to scale by buying equipment? Do you want to scale by hiring staff? How do you want to scale? So your pitch deck and your business plan should show, how do you plan on marketing your business? I know many people will say, oh, adverts are expensive, but there are so many other ways of marketing your business. So those are just the things you can do in terms of service industry, where you don't have a product and say this is the unit price. It's just to project and also show how much you've earned so far running your business without their funding, and what you expect once there's an influx of capital into your business. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know who the MC is. Yeah, thank you.
Done for the day. Thank you so much for attending. You can stick around, network a little bit, get to know each other. We'll meet back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the last day, the final day. Thank you very much.